Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor, and I'm the chairman of the Planning Committee right now. Welcome also to those members of the press and the public who are joining us via the live stream. Before we begin, please can I take this opportunity to remind everyone to turn mobiles and computers to silent and ensure that when using the microphones, the red light is on and turned off when you finish speaking. So now we'll go to agenda item number 1, and I'd like to ask member services if we've got any apologies for absence, and it's Joe for this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies received from Councillor Meekins, and Councillor Purser is acting as a substitute member today in place of Councillor Meekins. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Agenda item number 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes from the meeting of May the 14th, 2025. Can I have has anybody, obviously somebody's obviously read them, can I have a proposer for those? Councillor French, have I got a seconder? Councillor Marks, can I just have a quick show of hands there? Okay, that's unanimous really then, apart from Councillor Purser wasn't at the meeting. So you'll also see at agenda item number 8, there is a need to confirm and sign the confidential minutes from the 14th of May 2025. Unless anyone has any comments to make on that confidential minutes, I suggest that we agree them at this point without need to go into confidential session. So happy with that? Councillor French is going to propose it. Second, Councillor Marks. Can I have a show of hands on that? Thank you. That's unanimous. Of course, Councillor Purser again wasn't at the meeting. Thank you. Now we'll go to agenda item number 3, which is urgent items. There are none. So 4 is declarations of interest. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn, and can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any agenda item on this afternoon's agenda. Thank you. So over to you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Joe. I've just been lobbied on item 6 by Councillor Hoy. Other than that, nothing today.
Thank you. Councillor Connor.
Thank you, Joe. Again, as Councillor Benny says, been lobbied on application 6 by Councillor Hoy. But also, again, I did speak to the applicant agent for agenda item 6 or 5, whatever it is, the one at Wisbech yesterday at around 6:15 regarding an update that we was perceived to get from the middle level. I told him that I'd not been copied into the perceived email and gave him the head of planning's telephone number for him to get in touch. I did not speak to him regarding the planning application before us this afternoon, and so of course, as always, we'll be keeping an open mind regarding the said application. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Mrs French.
Thank you, Joe. I'm a member of March Town Council but take no part. I'm also a member of 10 drainage boards, and Monday I attended Wisbech and 100 drainage board, but there was no discussion on applications. And also item 6 being lobbied.
Thank you. Councillor Gershner.
Thank you. I'm a member of Woodsley Town Council. I occasionally attend their planning meetings. I take no part in the planning meetings. I only sit there and listen. And item number 6, the same as everybody else, being lobbied by Councillor Hawley. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Joe. I'm a member of Mainey Parish Council and attend both Mainey Parish Council and Chatteris Town Council. However, take no part in their planning. I am a member of the various drainage boards, including the one in item 5, but again have had no discussions regarding that and have been lobbied on number 6 as well.
Thank you. Councillor Senate Clough.
Thank you. Like everyone else, I received an email about agenda item 6. Other than that, I have nothing to declare.
Thank you. Councillor Purser.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, I'm a member of March Town Council. Don't take part in the planning applications, and again, like everybody else, been lobbied on number 6 by Councillor Hoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, members. We'll now go to the main part of the meeting. Members should only make a proposal on the planning application. We'll invite you to do so. However, I will be initially asking if anybody is going to propose the officer's recommendation. Clearly, if no proposal is forthcoming or that proposal fails, I'll be then looking for an alternative proposal. Members are reminded that any such proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Richard Fitzjohn. He's the Senior Development here at Fenland to present application F/YR21/1013F, agenda item number 5. So when you're ready, Richard, please.
Can you just read that start again?
Yep.
Go back to the beginning.
Okay. Sorry. Agenda item 5 seeks full planning permission for 37 dwellings and outline planning permission for 2 dwellings at land west of 180 to 200 Elm Road, March. The proposal also includes the provision of a new bus stop. The application is before planning committee due to the number of neighbour representations contrary to the officer recommendation. I'm joined to the left of me by Harry Pickford from the Lead Local Flood Authority, who's on hand to answer any questions from members regarding drainage. As an update, following publication of the committee report, I have received further correspondence from the middle level commissioners on behalf of the March 5th District Drainage Commissioners yesterday, and I'll read the relevant part of the update. It states, as far as I'm aware, the position remains as discussed at the site meeting held in March as follows. The board members in attendance welcomed and appreciated the meeting with the relevant parties, which gave them the opportunity to raise, discuss and clarify some of the concerns, providing them with more certainty. The developers had clearly investigated multiple options and arrived at a reasonable plan to deal with the surface water from the site. Unfortunately, this is not the ideal solution, but having investigated this, the applicant was denied permission to discharge by a landowner. However, the board has several primary concerns and has requested that A, the drainage scheme proposed is the one that is installed. B, the rate of discharge into the Anglian surface water sewer is limited to the agreed rate. C, the pump system and attenuation pond have an appropriate management plan in place. D, future residents know that they will be collectively responsible for the upkeep of the systems in perpetuity. The board hopes that these issues can be contained within relevant conditions of the planning approval. It should be noted that the Commissioners and Board are the approving authority concerning matters affecting its system. The requirements in respect of its interests which need to be met may be different to and more demanding than those of the statutory consultees. The Board welcomes further discussion and an early approach from the applicant, its various agents and the Council to ensure that the relevant land drainage consents are duly made and any subsequent issues resolved before any works on the surface water drainage system commence. So this slide shows the location of the application site, located on the northern edge of March, with residential properties fronting Elm Road adjacent to the east boundary of the site, and a railway line running adjacent to the northwest boundary of the site. This slide shows the site in the wider context. Environment Agency mapping indicates that the site is located within flood zone 1 and is at very low risk of surface water flooding. This shows the proposed site plan. This shows the committed layout for the 37 dwellings seeking full planning permission with an access from Elm Road and a central area of open space, including an attenuation basin. In addition, it shows the area for 2 dwellings seeking outline planning permission, including an access from Elm Road towards the northern end of the site. This shows the proposed site plan with some additional context. Following slides show some elevations of the proposed dwellings. This slide shows street scene images of the proposed development from within the site. This slide shows a landscape strategy, though it's recommended that a detailed scheme is secured by planning condition. So within the middle there, you can see the area of open space and the attenuation basin. The application proposes to discharge surface water for the 37 dwellings seeking full planning permission via a pump solution to an Anglian water surface water sewer, which is located along Elm Road to the south, which would then outfall at a controlled rate into an IDP water course on the eastern side of Elm Road. It's proposed that the surface water from the 2 dwellings seeking outline permission would discharge into an existing riparian water course located along the Elm Road frontage of the site. The proposed drainage strategy has been agreed in principle by the lead local authority, and a detailed drainage scheme and maintenance can be secured by planning conditions. Officers consider that the recommended conditions meet the requests for the conditions set out within the middle level commissioner's latest correspondence received yesterday. This slide shows the locations of potential bus stop locations as agreed with highways. There's some photos of the site. So this is from Elm Road looking into the access to the site, number 1. Number 2 is the area of the self-builds. 3 and 4 show some of the existing street scene along Elm Road, either side of the access. Again, some images from Elm Road looking towards the site. Some further distance views. Number 7 from up towards beyond the railway line up towards the rugby club, and across the rugby club is number 8. So this shows some site photos from within the site. The application is accompanied by Section 106 heads of terms, which agrees the provision of 8 affordable dwellings, the provision of the bus stop, and the infrastructure contribution of £2,000 per plot, and the submission of an ecological design strategy. The principle of development is considered to be acceptable, and the proposal has acceptable impacts in respect of affordable housing provision, flood risk and drainage, the character and appearance of the area, residential amenity, transport, highways and parking, mineral safeguarding and waste management, and infrastructure contributions and biodiversity. The proposed housing mix fails to accord with LP3 of the local plan, and this weighs against the application. However, due to the number of dwellings concerned and the proposed affordable housing mix contributing towards a significant unmet need, this conflict should be afforded limited weight in the overall planning balance. Having regard to local and national planning policies and subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement, the proposed development broadly accords with the development plan and amounts to sustainable development. Considered as a whole, there are no material planning considerations of sufficient weight to indicate that a decision should be made other than in accordance with the development plan. The application is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Surprisingly, we have no speakers on this, and disappointingly, really, we have no speakers on this application. So I'd now like to invite members to put questions to officers. Also present, as we've heard before, is Harry Pickford from the County Council Flood Risk Team, who would be more than happy to answer any questions the committee may have regarding flooding issues. So, Councillor French.
Thank you. I am concerned about the flooding issues down Elm Road. The last time that the Elm Road was flooded was 2020, and it was actually raw sewage coming out. It was Anglia Water's problem, but there is a flooding issue down there. And I'm surprised that County Council lead authority are actually sanctioning a pumping system. For many years, there was a pumping system which still exists, but it cost County Council hundreds of thousands to correct it down Sycamore Close in March West. And for years, over 20 years, as soon as it rained heavily, the pump shut down and the houses were flooded. So I'm not convinced this, and I think it's going to be a case of buyer beware. And these people who buy these houses should be made aware that they're going to have to maintain it, and also the possibility, if it packs up, they're going to get flooded. So I don't know if you've got a response.
Okay, Harry, would you like to make any comments regarding Mrs. French's, Councillor French's questions? Thank you.
Regarding the pump station, the applicants carried out some pump failure modelling, which is a requirement that we carry out for when pumps are required for getting water off the site. That requirement is quite onerous. It's looking at the 100-year plus climate change event with the storage at half capacity and zero discharge from the site. They have looked at whether water will pond on site in that situation, and it is demonstrated to be held fully within the red line boundary within the curtilage of the highway itself. So from the modelling that's been carried out by the applicant, it should not be flooding any properties within the development and shouldn't be shedding any pumped water off site.
Okay, would you like to come back?
Yeah, but you can't guarantee that bad weather is not going to close these pumps down. And that is what happened at Sycamore for over 20 years. And these, you know, there was possibly 10, 15 homes were constantly flooded. So I'm not convinced. Middle level, I'm not convinced, but I'm glad that there is an update for middle level.
Okay. Councillor Marks, thank you.
Sorry, to the lead flood officer. I've just had a quick look here and was reading it through earlier. During a significant flood event, the downstream may take 5 to 10 days to return to normal. During this time, discharge of any kind may not be possible, with half drain times becoming unachievable. What happens to the water during these 5 to 10 days, please?
So the attenuation on site is provided to accommodate for the storm durations, and they've included the half drain times in the modelling itself. So when they've modelled the system, it's been designed to accommodate within the half drain times within the receiving network as well. So they've modelled it with the half drain times in the calculations. They cover that side of things and demonstrate they have capacity during the 100-year plus climate change storm for the drain down time within the system.
Okay. Any more questions at all? Councillor Gerstner, and who are they to? Thanks.
Thank you. Regarding the pumping, nationally, there's problems with pumps breaking down, the automation not working correctly, the communications and data links not being configured correctly, or again, a breakdown in the software. This has happened quite a lot in the Lake District, where they've had a big problem. Modern technology today should ensure and test the resilience of the pumps and the communications and data systems. Is that the normal now, that modern technology is software driven, and if a pump breakdown at 3 o'clock in the morning, that an on-call engineer would be notified?
With regards to pump functioning, they absolutely come at a residual risk, and it's something that, as the LFA, we don't generally support the use of pumps unless they're absolutely necessary to get water off a site. So yeah, absolutely appreciate the concern regarding their sort of, ongoing function during storm events. In terms of how they are maintained in perpetuity, they do generally have alarm systems in when they are failing. in terms of how they're monitored long term, I'm probably not in the best position to answer that question directly because we don't take on pumps themselves at the county council, so we don't have the maintenance responsibility around them. However, from my knowledge of how the pumps work themselves, if they do fail, an alarm is triggered, and generally within 24 hours, an engineer is sent out to repair them and get them functioning again. On top of that, pumps generally have a backup secondary pump as well, which is driven from a different main circuit to what the main pumps use. They do try to make them as robust as possible, but they don't come with that residual. They do come with that residual risk. So,
do you want to come back at all? No. Okay. Councillor Marks again.
Thank you. This is one to officers. 5.16 mentions network rail. What it doesn't mention, it does say that this railway may become a live line again. I have a concern that if you can show could we have the slide of the boundary? Okay, that is okay. Thank you. To the left there is the boundary of the rail track itself, or the old rail line. My concern is, and living literally next door to a railway and having small children visit, grandchildren, basically I'm concerned that we need to have some sort of proper 6 or 8 foot fencing along that length, and need to specify that now, because in years to come rail track will only put up 3 strands of wire, and that really does concern me along there, that could become an issue in the future. So your thoughts on that, please?
So in terms of my thoughts on that, it's that Network Rail would have it within their gift to provide a fence along their land if they have any concerns about people accessing or safety issues with regards to the railway track. The proposed houses would have would erect boundary treatments as part of their curtilage. There are sort of publicly accessible areas where there would be access to the railway line. If members consider it necessary to, on grounds of safety, to impose a planning condition requiring the developer to erect a fence along that boundary, that's within the gift of members to impose that planning condition, add it to the recommendation should they wish to.
Thank you.
Councillor French, then I'll come in if anybody's finished on my questions. The questions are not asked. Thank you, Councillor French.
Thank you, Chair. It's very unusual. We normally have somebody here, applicant or somebody asking, we can ask questions and then we ask the officers questions. This is a very unusual situation. So we're not sure, are we going just questions that the officers may or may not be able to answer, or are we going into debate?
At the moment, we're in questions to officers, whether they be flood or our own officers. So if you've got any questions still to ask, please carry on. And then obviously we can go into debate after the questions have been answered by officers. So have you got any questions, more questions for officers?
I'll go into debate.
Okay. Yeah, so I've got a couple here. I suppose we're going back to my old story of roads, paths, lighting, being obviously not up for adoption. I think I'm right in saying that, aren't I? They're not going to be adopted, okay? We don't want, as I say in the last 6 meetings, we do not want these roads not to be up to adoptable standard. Whether they be adopted is another matter, but we want them up to adoptable standard. I'm sure everybody here will agree. Secondly, I can't see I may be wrong, but I can't see where there's a path coming off Elm Road into the application site. Perhaps the officers can tell me. I may have not seen it, but I can't really see if there's a path.
So there's a path. Can you see on this?
Richard,
Can you see on this plan? Oh, yeah. So as part of the scheme, so highways have requested that some of this, so the existing footpath, some of that is widened, and then there is a footpath coming in into the site on either side here.
Okay.
It leads sort of all around,
Okay.
majority around the site, apart from sort of the shared surface areas.
Okay. That's fair enough. That's clarified though. So that's answered my two questions. And also, just before we go on, so I can have a say, I think we should also, there's a wheel wash facility in the management plan, but a wheel wash facility, but there is no direct request for a road sweeper. Elm Road is a really busy road, as Councillor Purser and I went down there yesterday. We parked the car on the grass verge down at Flagras Hill because we didn't want to hold up the traffic. We knew that we saw there was a lot of traffic there, and probably a little bit surprised by how much traffic there is. So to stop debris going on the road, which a wheel wash will do quite a lot of if it's operated in the correct fashion, I'd like to see a road sweeper there sweeping the roads at least twice a day. I don't say a road sweeper should be there 24/7 and be on site 24/7, but I would expect a road sweeper to be there twice a week. We went down Berryfield's Councillor French and I a couple of years ago, and we saw a nasty mess on the road, Councillor French, didn't we? And we weren't very happy with what we saw, and we asked them to put a wheel sweeper on, which they did. And that is a main road, so obviously for safety's sake, we don't want any debris on the road. So I would also like that, a really, really robust management plan put in there so it incorporates the road sweeper. Also, in Chairman's briefing, Councillor Marks also mentioned that we didn't really want half a dozen lorries queuing up to unload or to take away whatever they need to take away to get this built. So we decided, Councillor Marks should take credit for this, that we're there with off the road parking for lorries to wait and unload, because again, it's a really busy road, and that will just snarl up the traffic at certain times of the day more than others. So that's another condition that we would like to put in of the management plan, and I, for one, would like to see it before it's before it's sent out. Of course, it puts us in a difficult position where we've got to make it really robust, because, as Councillor French says, we haven't got anybody there to ask, so we need to make sure our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of other ones. Construction sites on a Saturday morning. I know we again had the same conversation in Chairman's briefing this morning. I was under the impression it was from 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning, which you seem to agree with, but has suddenly been relaxed to 7:30. I'm getting numerous complaints on a site in Maney because lorries are turning up there early and they're starting work earlier. So I'd like to see, if at all possible, that changed to 8 o'clock. And also, the other part of this is, at some point, if they're extending the pavements, the likelihood is they're going to at least have half a road closure across neighbouring properties that are already there. Again, to our cost, we're now finding out that Cams Highways have changed the design of putting curbstones in, and they're looking mainly for one continuous run of beam, which then means properties can't be entered for up to 3 to 4 days whilst this beam goes off. They can't even bridge over it, and this is the problem that we're having at the present time, which then in turn causes parking problems, and also a couple of our residents have got electric cars, so charging problems as well. So I think if we can build that into somehow, they have to give access during those periods of time, if we can have that put down, please.
Councillor French, and then I'll come in again. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to come back on what Councillor Mark said, in theory, yeah, that would be great. It would be great, but it wouldn't work. They're working on Upwell Road at the moment. They closed the road for 3 or 4 days. We had ambulances going to Upwell Park, had to do a 14-mile duty. It's absolutely appalling when these new estates are being erected. But I would like to just point out a few things. I noticed in the report they're going to put a bus stop in. They were going to do a shelter, but nobody would take it over. March Town Council was never asked to take over the maintenance of a bus stop. So your information, whoever gave you that information, is totally wrong. We wouldn't take it over anyway. But it's not the point. They need to get the facts right. That road is a 60 mile an hour. We're going to have a minimum of, I don't know, 50, 60 cars coming out of there, if not more a day. I would like to see a reduction in speed, even if it's just down to 40, because it is a horrendous road. As people come up there, they just put their foot down until they get up to the top. I'm really concerned about the adoptions of the road. I can see this another one of the Croft in Christchurch. It was built in 2003 and it's still showing metalwork. So I think, you know, you really going to have to put some severe conditions on this. That's it.
Okay, so I'll come back there then. Yeah, I touched on just what Councillor French has said just a few minutes ago regarding the roads not being adopted, the paths and the street lamps and everything like that's been adopted. And I absolutely agree. As I've said before, so too many roads in Fenland have been left with just the ironwork, or not even that at times, which we cannot go on allowing. So I'm going to propose that out of the 37 houses, the just seven cannot be occupied. I'm just asking you to see if you will agree with this, then we can go into debate when we've all finished. But this is asking you as officers, out of the 37, we won't count the other two because it's immaterial, but 37, out of the 37, 30, obviously 37 can be built, obviously, but only 30 can be occupied until the road is brought, paths, street lighting, the roads have been brought up to an adoptable standard. Not adopted, adoptable standard. So residents are not left with to pick up the pieces in a few years' time. So,
yeah, through you, Chair. That's we consider that to be acceptable.
okay, that's we're moving on nicely then. Councillor Purser, sorry about that.
Not at all, Mr. Chairman, not at all. First of all, I had got a few questions I'd actually sat down and worked out last night. I'm pleased to say that Councillor Marks and Councillor French asked most of those already. Having said that, you did actually state in the report then, and put this to the gentleman for the flooding there, that it stated in the thing that some of the pumps during extreme weather have a tendency to burn out, which is basically, you know, quite a worrying sort of situation. Would you like to comment on that at all?
It's a similar response I made to Councillor Gardner over there. It's that they're not an ideal solution to managing surface water. They come with a residual risk, and that's why we asked the applicant to look at the event of a pump failure scenario. They do have backup pumps and safety pumps installed within them as standard. They come with the alarms in the event of failure. Doesn't mean they won't fail, which is why we asked them to do the pump failure modelling to ensure that they can manage the water within the red line boundary and keeping the properties within the site not being flooded internally at all.
But surely in this day and age of technology, they would normally, shall we say, aim for a higher maintenance thing, so that we know that, say, for example, say, I don't know, if something's going to be happening at a really, really high thing, we'll aim to get a much higher thing before things actually burn out like that. Surely that should be taken into consideration in state of technology.
I absolutely agree. The pumps that go into these sites are designed as a standard thing. We don't have any influence over the pumps that put into these developments. We have requested maintenance as part of the conditions that we sent in response over to Richard. So we should see further maintenance details come forward as part of a future conditions application if this is to be approved.
Thank you for that answer. Going on from what Councillor French was asking earlier on, and I totally agree with what you're saying there about I read through the report, and some parts are a little bit confusing in actual fact to me, because some parts said it's a flood zone 1, which we know is a low flood zone, and some parts said it does actually prone to flooding, and the flooding doesn't go away for several days. I then read in one particular part there which said the board require further details on how both on and off-site water levels could be risk management and maintained. Has anything been received about that with that board request?
So in terms of that, sort of as Harry mentioned, there's the drainage commission regarding sort of maintenance of the drainage scheme. There's obviously a detailed drainage scheme that would need to be agreed as part of a condition as well. So that's information will all be contained within any discharge of conditions application should the application be approved.
And one last thing, Mr. Chairman. Again, going from what Councillor French was saying, an hour visit down there a couple of days ago. Obviously, the path is quite narrow for that sort of part of the road. The traffic was actually thundering down that road. And as we went down and site visited, and I actually went down in my buggy, which is a little bit on the narrow side, getting down there, and coming the other way, there was a young lady there with a pram, and that was basically getting a little bit hairy with all the lorries and things. I mean, I just stood and said, I want to go on the grass over here, why do you come through? But as luck would have it, she actually lived literally two doors down there. And my thoughts were, she can't be the only person who's down there with prams and things like that, and with those lorries belting down there, and other cars belting down there as well. It makes it, I feel a bit uneasy. It's actually not very, very safe for them walking down there at times. Can anybody comment on that at all?
So we sought the views of the local highway authority. They've requested that there's some widening of the footway along the frontage of the site, sort of the section you can see on the screen at the moment. Generally, that sort of section, some slight sort of widening of that. Further south, sort of leading into March Highways, did comment that there's, it's acknowledged that the footpath is narrower along there. There's some points along that footpath where it would be where they wouldn't be able to viably sort of widen that footway, and Highways didn't consider it necessary in terms of highway safety for this planning application to require any sort of further widening of the existing footway further to the south as part of this application. Any condition for widening of footway would need to be an element of it being reasonable and necessary to this development, and unless there's sort of robust justification, it wouldn't be reasonable to certainly on the basis of the highway comments to request any sort of further road widening than what highways have footway widening than what highways have requested.
Just to come back on that a little bit, what the part I was actually reading in the report there, which concerned me somewhat, I'd say with their experience going in there and seeing young ladies in there with the buggies, that sort of thing, and my initial thought was that path needs widening. And as I actually read in the report, it said they acknowledged the fact that the path would ideally need widening, but obviously with the grass verge there being on some of these people's private property, and also with some of the street lights and the telegraph poles down there, it made it impractical. That's the way I read it, which I thought was a little bit worrying.
I think you've answered the questions, Councillor Persons, as much as you can, and thank you for that. Councillor Marks, then I'll come in once more.
Thank you, Chair. Just one thought. There's just obviously we have a councillor from Wisbech sitting there as well who is wanting the new railway, Wisbech to March railway. I'm just looking at the two self-build entrants. Have highways taken into consideration that should this
be opened again, this railway be opened again, we're not going to get into problems being told, oh, we can't have a railway because the entrance is too close to the new crossing point.
I haven't received any comments from Highway specifically regarding the proximity to the railway line and the impact of any future reopening of the railway line. They have considered the details of the planning application, whether that includes any consideration of future reopening of the railway line. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor French.
Yeah, if this application is approved, can we insist on a speed reduction?
Again?
Can we insist on a speed reduction?
Councillor French. Did anyone hear Councillor French's comments?
Through you, Chairman. Obviously, as Richard explained, we've consulted Highways. They've looked at the application. They haven't, requested this as something is necessary for this application. At times they do request that because you're putting vehicles onto thoroughfare, and they say with the modelling and the data that it's dangerous to have X amount of vehicles going onto a road with a certain speed. In this instance, they haven't done it, so as part of the application, we wouldn't be able to request that because the evidence, according to Highways, isn't there to say that it's needed. Thank you, Chairman.
You can.
Yeah, with regard to that, I understand what you're saying, Matthew, but that road, when we have any RTCs on the A47, the 141, that road is used to get back into March. And over the last 3 months, there have been some serious, County Council only record fatalities. They don't record just minor, but I can assure you there's lots of minor RTCs. And I really do think that if this application is approved, that the developer should consider reducing the speed down there, because it is a very, very fast road.
Absolutely. As I said, we went down there yesterday, didn't we? About lunchtime yesterday, and we found it pretty hair-raising at times, didn't we? I'm sort of fairly able-bodied, really, but we did find it. Lorries coming past there at 50 miles an hour, didn't we? Well, we can't all gauge speed, but it looked as though they were going very fast to me. And we'd seen cars go down there at 60. So, yeah, and so it is really sensible with another 37 houses or 39 eventually, another 70 or 80 cars easily, up to 100 cars probably. It makes it absolutely, to me, imperative that we look at that. But also, again, brings my attention, going back to the infrastructure there. There's just no mention or not enough mention of a management company. And I think it's absolutely imperative that we form a management, or they form a management company as soon as humanly possible. And also, we really would like, or I would really like to see the attenuation pond being adopted by Anglia Water or someone like that. That would be my ideal scenario, because as we've just heard, and it's been mentioned by Councillor French and Councillor Gerstner and others, that, with that pump, if that fails, the attenuation pond will have to take up all the slack. And we've just heard that it might take 5 to 10 days for the water level to recede to a normal thing. So I think maintenance on that attenuation pond is absolutely paramount. So my wish would be, to give me comfort, the management company would set up sooner than later and the attenuation pond be adopted.
Through you, Chair. The condition, one of the conditions relating to drainage includes a requirement they provide full details of the maintenance and adoption of the surface water drainage system, which would include the attenuation basin. We wouldn't be able to require that, for instance, Anglian Water adopt it. It's for the application applicants can look at options as to who may adopt it. It may be a private management company, but that would be secured within that planning condition.
But we also know, with the greatest of respect, we also know we've seen applications come before us in the last few weeks when attenuation ponds haven't been adopted, not likely to be adopted, not asked to be adopted, probably not up to the right specification to be adopted when application sites have been built out and they've been lived in, and this is 3, 5, 6, 8 years later, and one in 15 years later, which was in Wisbech. And so could we put any time scale on there where it needs to be adopted before such times as the first house was occupied or something like? Because we've heard there could well be flood issues, pumps, etc. Could we do something like that through you? Sorry to put you on the spot, but I think it's absolutely, in the lack of absence of anybody to ask up there, we've just got to do due diligence and alleviate any problems going forward.
Thank you, Chairman. As Richard said, obviously the condition already requires full details of the maintenance and adoption of the surface water drainage system to be provided to us and to be agreed. That's criteria H of the policy of the reason of the condition. Part of that would be the agreement of when it would be adopted. So obviously if they were to not adopt it or wouldn't then implement the development in any conflict with any of the points that are agreed through the maintenance adoption, so not just adoption, then obviously that would be a breach of planning control. So I think the condition already covers that matter. It has to, so it's left to officers through the delegation process, but I don't think it'd be likely that we'd accept an adoption or without information wouldn't meet the conditions, so we'd have to have an adoption. I don't think it'd be likely we'd have an adoption that was like in 15 years after development or anything like that. It wouldn't be reasonable. So yeah, I think the condition does cover that at the moment.
Okay. It gives me a little bit of comfort then. Councillor French.
Thank you. Yes, I've listened to what Matt said, and I do smile when he said it would be a breach of planning. How many sites have we got that breach of the original plans, and nothing still has been done about them?
My point in the last... Mr. Senate Clough, thank you.
Through you, Chair, a question for officers. On the point of attenuation ponds, I see a lot of attenuation ponds. A lot of them are actually empty of water. They haven't collected any water, but some of them do. And so my question is that with regard to safety and drownings, is it possible to, if we were to approve this application, we haven't got to that stage yet, but to possibly condition that the developer make it safe around the attenuation pond?
If members consider it to be a safety issue, it would be within members' gift to add a condition on requiring a fence around that attenuation basin.
Thank you.
Councillor Gerstner, we're still in questions to officers. If you obviously...
Yes, I see in the report that it's agricultural land and it's not being used. Do we know, has it been used in recent years, or has it just been left fallow for a number of years?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question for me? Sorry.
It states that it's arable land and that it's not in use at present. Is there any history of when it may have been used last?
Not that I'm aware. I'm not aware of when it was last in use for any arable purposes.
Councillor French?
Yeah, I think I can answer your question. It hasn't been used for many years. Because of the size of it, it is not viable to farm.
Right, okay, so everybody's done, we've had a good questions, officers have done what they can to alleviate or try to alleviate our concerns. I'm going to open it up for debate. Well, I think we nearly have, but we've got to go through protocol. We've sort of nearly done the two, but it is up for debate. Anybody wants to kick off this debate? Come on, Councillor Marks, and I'll follow you. Thank you.
Okay, so I think, as we've raised before about fencing, I think that is a must going forward. I know that it may seem a bit strange at the minute, but I think in years to come we could be having issues there regarding that, and again around the attenuation pond. However, the only problem is with that, if a ball goes into the attenuation pond, the children tend to climb over anyway. But it's a deterrent, if nothing else, with life jackets or whatever, life rings or whatever. I really do think, having seen the hassle we've had recently in Mainey regarding build, we need to be mindful and make sure that lorries do get off the road, the highways, and we lessen the working hours on a Saturday morning, because we do get people who actually work Monday to Friday, and 7:30 on a Saturday morning is quite a rude awakening when you've got heavy machinery and stuff. We know it has to be done, but I think, you know, the trade-off is half an hour there is actually good neighbour policy by the developers anyway. Yeah.
Thank you. The main concern is that the developer wasn't here to give us an insight, to give us a presentation, and for us to be able to ask questions of them. So I'd like that minuted, please.
Councillor French?
Thank you. Yeah, as Councillor Gershner said, it's a pity nobody's here to ask questions. I'm probably going to waste my breath here, but I'm going to say it anyway. A lack of section 106. It clearly states that the three practices, doctors' practices in March, cannot cope. They can't cope now. So, you know, where are these dozens or hundreds of people going to go? Education, our schools are rammed. Are we going to get a new school? Nothing going forward. So there's going to be, between the 39 dwellings, £78,000. Where will that £78,000 be spent?
Extremely wise words, extremely wise words. Councillor Marks?
Just on the subject of flooding, during the build, I think we need to have a very robust flooding plan as well. I know Councillor French is laughing. The problem is, you know, this is the, you know, at this point is the start of any issues. And if the builder, I mean, the management, these management companies really worry me. At the end of the day, the management companies are put in place by the builder for the period they're building, then suddenly they go bankrupt, which, you know, and we've seen it time after time. We live on an estate which didn't even get as far as a management company, and it cost us an awful lot of money. So I would hope there is some way we can condition going at the start of the build, not the end of the build, regarding the management company that should be up and running at the start of it.
Absolutely. Councillor French once again?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of kids down there. There's no mention of play equipment. I, like an idiot, have been watching the debates in government over the last couple of days on the update of the planning policy, and that is one thing that the government are pushing, that there should be good play equipment installed. Whether that will come into legislation, but I think it's nearly 2 miles out of town. I think we should have some play equipment in there. I don't know whether we can get that as a condition. I don't know, but I would like to see it if we can.
What I can do, I know we're in debate, but what I can do, that's a very relevant point. Can we ask for can we condition any play equipment? We've probably got the thick end of probably not 80 or 90 children in those 37 or 39 houses, whichever.
In theory, yes, it can be conditioned. However, there's an element of that it would need. Well, it should accord with planning policy requirements that are set out within the local plan as to which depend on which basically determine which types of application or size of applications require player equipment to conform with policy. So in theory, yes, it can be conditioned that some playing equipment is provided. However, that's not to say that it would comply with planning policy in the local plan.
Okay, Councillor Mark.
Two other elements to this. One is a speed reduction. I think, you know, that road is a fast road. I drive it. You don't tend to do 40 mile an hour along there. You do tend to do the speed. I had a quick look. I just Googled whether you could have railway crossings in a 60 mile an hour. And unfortunately, yes, you can. So I was unsure of that. So there's no reason, even if whoever Network Rail go to put in reinstate the railway, that they would look to slow that road down in any shape or form. The other thing that slightly concerns me is, from memory, when driving it, there is a very lack of streetlights along there as well. From the actual, so we're building something that's 2 miles out of town, and we're going to have young families there, and elderly, disabled buggies, whatever, and they're doing the pavement. We've done pavement improvements, but also we've been told regarding the highways that we've had to put in streetlights as well, extra streetlights. So I think that's something that really could do with being mentioned.
Yeah, Councillor Purser, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just thinking on my feet a few seconds ago. The Council Senate Club, she was mentioned about having a fence around the attenuation pond. It just occurred to me that an awful lot of people have fish ponds and the likes at home would actually have some sort of mesh net over the pond. And I'm thinking, instead of having a fence that, you know, kids could climb over the lights, maybe having a larger version of that to, you know, stop them sort of going onto that. And I wonder if that might be possible to include that. Just a thought. Thank you, Chairman.
Did you want to come in there?
Just be Chairman. I think it's important to note that most of the time it's unlikely there'll be any water in the attenuation pond. Obviously, in theory, then you just would have a net over some ground. I don't really think. To be honest, I don't think, honestly, that the fences really meets the test in relation to need. But yeah, I don't think it's really an option. Thanks.
Theoretically, of course,
Yeah.
as you say, Matt says, they should be dry. But obviously, the way the weather's changing, it's not always going to be like that, is it? But, well, you know, it is difficult. It's difficult with these conditions because, obviously, again, I'm going to say it again, very disappointed that no one's there. 37, 39 houses is a decent sized application in Fenland, and I think it shows what complete disservice to us that nobody's even bothered to turn up. I'm sorry that it's been going on and on and on, but we have to do due diligence if we're to pass this with the conditions appropriate. Okay, Councillor French.
Thank you. I can't quite read this quick enough. It's sometimes since I read it, but we have a supplementary planning document which was adopted on the 26th of February 2015 for developers' contributions. Page 17, it does touch on children's play areas. Can I ask, if this application is approved, that the officers investigate whether we can insist play areas are installed, quality play areas?
We certainly can. Okay, so have we done the debate? We weren't going to do much. It's took another 10 minutes. Have we all finished the debate now? I think so. Right. Officers, have you got anything to add to it?
Nothing further, Chair.
Yes, I would, but I want to go for item 3. The committee delegates authority to refuse this application in the event the application does not agree any necessary extensions and determinations period, blah, 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 in section 106.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm happy to second that. As I said, I didn't have my machine on, but I obviously want some more conditions put on this application. So, like Councillor French you just said, I'd like to ask officers to explore the play equipment, and that's number one. I want I would like a management company formed as soon as humanly possible, so we know what we're doing. I'd like an absolute robust flood plan, including attenuation pond, and if the officers think it's appropriate, some sort of fencing round it or a net over it, as has been suggested. Councillor Marks also put down he would like a 6 or an 8 foot fence on the boundary, re the rail line, which I'm absolutely solid fence, which I'm absolutely in tune with, so I'd like that as a condition. Obviously, I'd like a sweeper at least twice a day to ensure there's no highway safety, especially on a 60-mile-an-hour road. Highway safety, and building the 37 houses, only 30 to be occupied until such times as the road, paths and the lighting are brought up to adoption standard.
Sorry, Chair, change of working hours to 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning, and also off-road parking for HGVs on arrival of site as well, with them on the start of build. Because if not, what you do is we get into the same situation where we just get HGVs parked on the highway when they're delivering. And that's quite, as we've already said, a fast road. And also the reduction, I don't know if we're saying we would like the reduction of the speed limit.
They could actually do that on an LHI, couldn't they?
No, we're not. We, Marchtown Council are not doing any more LHIs due to the years it takes to. We're still waiting for 22 LHIs. So Marchtown Council are not going to bother. But if I may come back, and I understand what Charlie's saying, I think, if my memory serves me right, we agreed that we would do that in Wisbeach Road for the 118 homes. It was an absolute nightmare when they were delivering stuff. It was a nightmare. They had a three-way traffic system, which took up Peace Hill Road as well. And the residents of Peace Hill kept moving the traffic lights, and it was an absolute nightmare. And again, the management plan in cleaning the road, we had to repeatedly get County Council to get people out to clean it. So, you know, somebody has got to monitor these things. There's no good, you can stick every planning condition on it you want, they're not monitored.
Mind another two conditions then. We're likely then, as Councillor Marks has suggested, that the 7:30 on a Saturday comes to 8 o'clock, am I right? And also the lorries unloading or loading up and construction vehicles to be kept on site. Well, yeah, they need to be on site, don't they? It's unfortunate that highways are not here, but we are where we are. So, yeah, comment on them, and then when you've commented, if they're okay, can you just read out the conditions that can you read out the conditions so we know what the conditions are?
Thank you. I think I've collected 8 conditions that have been suggested by members. I'll just quickly comment. Obviously, first one you said was explore the play equipment idea. We can't actually explore it. It will either have to be required or not required. We can't obviously have a condition.
Required.
Okay, obviously, like I said, obviously our policy doesn't require it per se for a scheme of this size. So there's obviously, it's not strictly in tune with policy. In relation to, I'll do two of them together actually, the management company and the flood plan, including attenuation ponds, I think they're covered by conditions already. Obviously, that they will require those details, so we'll have that information. I don't think there's any additional conditions in relation to them to be added.
On that one, surely it's time period.
Yeah.
Because you get a management company can be set up on the last house moved into. We need it setting up on day one, not day 465.
Do Chairman, as explained earlier, the requirements of all of that is to be submitted to us. So there is no, we will require information of when it will be in place, etc., as part of the agreement, and that's part of what we need. So,
Sorry if I'm mistaken, but we're getting told by the developer what they're going to do, as opposed to us telling the developer. Surely we are in the situation today, if we grant planning, that we say to the developer what we want, as opposed to what he thinks to come back with.
Chairman, that's not really how planning conditions work. It's been the gift to the developer to submit what they suggest to us. We can refuse to agree the details. It's not a fait accompli of whatever they submit we accept. It has to be reasonable, it has to be in accordance with policy. We regularly refuse applications and discharge conditions and matters when it's not acceptable. It isn't. Planning conditions very rarely are, we explicitly say what's required. It's in accordance with details submitted, and this is just the same as this. Information will be required, and it'll either be acceptable or not. Thank you, Chairman.
So,
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, we put these conditions on, but whether we put them on or not, the developer can appeal those as a variation of condition to ask them to have them removed. If we make it too onerous, we just end up tying the planning department up in a load of paperwork that doesn't. All of that can be appealed, and it's got to be reasonable. And we've never debated anything to the length we have this today on the reasons of fences around attenuation ponds. We just passed these before. Play equipment, it doesn't meet criteria because it's not the number of houses there to require this. I know it's 2 miles out there, and I'm happy to support it with that. But at the same time, we put a lot into this today, and we make these conditions too onerous. We'll get a variation of condition come back in. And if that goes to appeal, I don't see how we're going to support that. Would that be right, Matt?
but with respect, Councillor Benny, we've not had 39 houses where no one's really ever turned up to explain it in the first place. To be fair, one we've asked the applicant agent, can you do that? He either says I can't and I can, and there's a few sentences exchanged, and that's it. But we haven't got anybody to ask, so we've got to take the bull by the horns this time. Yes, of course he can appeal them, but I don't think they're excessive conditions. To be fair.
Can I come point on that, or 2 points really? I think Councillor Benny sort of stole my thunder for the end of the point. Is that it's about consistency, and a lot of these things that you're suggesting are above what we're required by policy and above what we've required on any other application the year I've been here for bigger schemes. And it does seem a concern that we are taking a different approach. And one of the key points about planning is supposed to be consistency. And there is a number of these conditions appear to go above and beyond what either policy requires or what we as a council required. What I would also say is the fact whether an applicant does or doesn't turn up is not a material consideration.
No, absolutely not.
It should not affect members' thoughts on what conditions are put on or not put onto the application, because also anything an applicant does say, yes or no, or sitting in that seat or sitting in the audience, has zero merit in the actual decision-making process. Nothing to bind. We can't say, as agreed during the planning committee when the applicant shook his head, you will do this, because we can't do that. That is not. So the argument about whether or not they're here and whether they're able to say yes or no is not a matter that affects the conditions we put on. We should be dealing with it as a straight bat and dealing with it exactly the same as any other application.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
So we'll park play equipment then, although it's a wish that we obviously have it, and it's absolutely right that we do. We'll park the fencing around the attenuation pond if that's not consistent, because as rightly say, there should only be water in there when there's a deluge, and it should be dry in the weather. But certainly the management company is. That's certainly a robust flooding plan. Definitely is a condition with the fencing for safety reasons. definitely is a sweeper, definitely is for for highway safety, certainly is, and because it's not being the road's not adopted, and for consistency's sake, which we've done on several other applications, we've said on this particular occasion 37 houses where only 30 will be occupied, the 7 can't be occupied until the road's brought to adoptable standard, which we've done on other occasions. So if we up those other two.
No, sorry. No. Through Chairman. So obviously, yeah, the point around the railway lines will be very specific to this application, obviously, and if members consider it's necessary, it's in their gift to impose the condition in relation to that. The matters such as the sweeper twice a day and off-road parking would normally be dealt with within the construction management plan. We've obviously got a condition requiring that. We can amend that to say including, but I don't think it needs a specific own condition. I think we've, it said it would normally be part of the construction management plan, and we can amend them to include that. It should include that. And I'll be honest, I'm slightly worried about the sweeper twice a day, just saying through the whole development, because there will be times when there isn't. And to be so explicit, in theory, they would still, if we had that, once the road is adopted, if they're still working on the other 20 houses, and all that, you'd have a sweeper, even though there's just people inside painting, etc. So I've got some concerns in relation to the onerous level of such a blanket condition saying you must sweep the road twice a day. And yeah, and as I said, to around the flooding, whether it's the management company or the flood plan, I consider that the current policies, the current conditions cover that, like they do on every other application we've had. I don't think there needs to be additional ones for them, but that would be my advice.
Yeah, but I still think, coming back to that, I think as Councillor French will absolutely agree. As soon as we went down Berryfields and said we need a sweeper down there, the developer put a sweeper down there, and there was no more problems. There just wasn't. Down in Wisbridge Road, we went down on the same day, because there's problems there as well, on the 118 there, wasn't there? And we had a sweeper down there, Highways put sweepers down there, they put sweepers down there, and the problem dissolved very, very quickly. So I'd still like the sweeper in. And also, obviously, with a 60-mile-an-hour road, with no immediate for being reduced to a 40 from 60, I think absolutely Councillor Marks is right. The lorries should be, and vehicles should be taken off the road, and I'd just like that, just in the event of highway safety.
Sorry, just for clarity regarding the sweeper, I think the sweeper, as far as I understand it, is for the highway, not the actual estate. You said the estate, going in and cleaning the estate. Right, so basically all that is, and I believe that is a health and safety issue, much like the lorries stacking out on the road, like the fences on the railway line. Hence why I would ask for that to be included.
Chairman, for clarity, if I wasn't clear, what I said was, you would have an estate built in theory, just having decorators in the house doing painting or whatever, and this condition, as suggested, would require there is a sweeper going up and down the road twice a day, because the development won't be complete. It's not proportionate to, the wording that is here is not proportionate to what the harm is, and it should just be as normal dealt with within the construction management plan, and we can explicitly say around a sweeper, around off-road parking, requiring details for that to be agreed. But a standard condition that just says during construction, a road sweeper must go up twice a day is not proportionate to when there would be harm from dirt, mud, detritus, etc. It's a requirement about it to be proportionate. It's one of the 6 tests. It needs to be reasonable.
So
it's just, as always, it's a standard part of the construction management plan. I'm slightly concerned that we feel that for some reason this application, which is a lot smaller than a lot of the other ones we've had here, is being seen to be so much more harmful in relation to dirt and.
We haven't. It's absolutely consistent. It's absolutely consistent with the one down, as I just suggested, Wisbridge Road. It's consistent with that. It was consistent with the Berryfields one, wasn't it? And Upwell Road as well. So it is consistent.
Through Chairman, it's not consistent to put on a specific condition regarding this. What it's consistent is to have it within the construction management plan, which is what would be happening now, as suggested by officers. It's this need for,
All right.
and
Okay.
we would still require a sweeper to come if there was detritus on the road through the normal process. What I'm saying is to require one twice a day for the whole construction process is not, it's not appropriate.
Okay, well, then if you're absolutely adamant, sorry, go on.
Can I just point out with that, we talk about having the roads swept like that, and like over this last weekend we had a sudden deluge of rain come down, get a bit of mud and a bit of rain like that, and the speed the vehicles are travelling down that road, that causes skidding, and people can go crashing into each other, and that could actually cause an absolute devastation to somebody. And I think that health and safety on the roads, that really comes into it. I do feel quite strongly about that.
Okay.
For clarity, Chairman, the construction management plan will normally require sweeping. There will still need to be details, but what I'm saying is to require it for the whole of the construction twice a day is not proportionate, because there will be times, quite possibly, quite significant periods of time, when there won't be any particular dirty work, for want of a better term. There won't, and you've got to look at proportionality of the application. And as I said, this is not the biggest application we've dealt with. It's not even the biggest application on the agenda today. Relatively small for a strategic committee.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. I think if that's the case, and it's a really, really robust, I will take you in a minute. If it's a really, really robust management plan, I think probably I think as chairman we'll have, for my mind, we'll have to concede that, provided they're put in there. Councillor French, you want to come back? Oh, sorry, Councillor Benny. Sorry, Councillor Benny.
Yeah. We're being really harsh on this application. We have bigger applications and we don't debate it like this. A management plan is what we got. They're more or less off the shelf. It's the same thing that you adapt with slightly different things for specifics. There's a risk assessment. You have a generic risk assessment and you have a specific risk assessment. There's nothing here that is special on here. And even parking the lorries on the road, I agree, take them off the road, but if the lorries are parked on the road, it actually slows the traffic down. If you want to put that in, you can try and foresee any kind of problems, and you can never do it. We live in the Fens. You've only got to follow a tractor off a field and there's mud there. I know they've got a responsibility to clean it up, but we're looking at a management plan, which is a standard off-the-shelf plan, which is used for all of these. And to add these specifics of whether it's twice a day, well, we'd never, in all the time I've been on the committee, have we debated anything as long as this. It's a standard thing, and it's just an application for 37 houses. We've had more houses than this, and we haven't debated that in the depth that we have this one today. I just feel that the management plan will be what the management plan is, and it doesn't need adapting. It doesn't need adjusting. It works in every other case. Why would it not work here?
So let's go many moons ago. Now, sorry. One more go.
Sorry, Councillor Benny, and I don't want to clash swords, but actually, to be fair, does it work? I'm sitting in a meeting at 7:30 tonight with a developer and residents who will tell you, certainly the residents will tell you, it doesn't work because of what, it wasn't specific enough when the planning was given to the developer. So that's why I'm just feeling like this. I understand where you're coming from, and I agree if it's an off-the-shelf development plan, whatever, but I think at times the developers actually need it in black and white put in front of them, exactly what we feel as a committee.
And to be fair, I agree with Councillor Marks, because it didn't work on the 118 down Wisbech Road either. But sorry, Councillor Benny, we're going to have a little clap, but that's what the planning committee is all about.
But also, you have good management plans, and usually, if you put the site agent's number on the front of the site with a phone number, they are very responsive, and they do come back. And as much as people complain to you, do they ring that number on the front of the site and say, is this the case? And if somebody's going to do it, and you've got a good site manager, yes, he will do it. And if you've got a bad one, you put all the conditions on in the world, and if he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't do it.
We enforce it robustly. We enforce it. Well, we have to.
Mr. Chairman, can we move on, please?
No, we can't. We're enjoying this debate, actually. We're at friendly loggerheads here. Anyway, I know what you're doing with your cup. Anyway, so where we, I just, so I can see, I do feel exactly the same as Councillor Marks, but if we are where we are, so if we can robustly do the sweeper and the lorries off the road in a robust management plan, now where are we with, on the second it, so where are we with the conditions, bearing in mind those two have been taken out?
Through the chairman, as I said, we can put the, that into the condition. I just don't think it needs it. So yeah, them gone. We've said about removing the one that you proposed in relation to the local area of play, basically, and also in relation to the fencing. As I said, I would advise that the management company and the floodplain ones are already covered through the standard condition, because it is what it is to a certain extent. They are what they are. I feel like Councillor Benny's done a lot of what I've said needed to say this afternoon. Yeah, I was going to say, anyway, thank you. So yeah, I would suggest that out of the 8 originally proposed, members are suggesting it's still the fence for the railway line, no more than 30 dwellings occupied in relation to highways, etc. The change of working hours.
And the management of the robust management company.
Well, obviously that's required for the normal condition.
Okay.
I don't think there's a need for that to change.
Okay. Before we go to the vote, is everybody happy with that? We are. Dear, oh dear. Never mind. Okay, so I've got a proposed by Councillor French, seconded by me. We approve this application with the said conditions that have just been read out and we've all agreed. Can I have a show of hands on that? So that application has been approved unanimously, Joe.
And that is 3. We leave it to officers.
That's on 3. You've got your wish, Councillor French. So now...
Through you, Chairman, it's 1, 2 and 3. That's always what it is. So
yeah, it's full mock. It's the full mock.
So 1, and it's only if it then does not move forward, we will. But yeah, that's just the usual one.
Okay, that's fine. Right, I'm looking at the time, and it's 20 past 2. We'll stop for 10 minutes for a cup of coffee. As Councillor French requests, as always. Thank you, members, for being back promptly. I'll now hand over to Richard Fitzjohn to present application F/YR23/0477/0, agenda item number 6. So, Richard, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Agenda item 6 seeks full planning permission for 102 dwellings, a new access, culverting of watercourses, associated parking, landscaping and public open space, a bund and an attenuation basin, an outline planning permission for up to 250 dwellings. The proposal also includes the demolition of an existing building and the provision of off-site highway improvements and bus stop upgrades. On the slide here, you can see the location plan and aerial photography of the site with residential development to the north and the east, the A47 to the adjacent to the south, and Halfpenny Lane, and beyond that, predominantly agricultural land to the west of the site. This image shows wider aerial photography of the site and surroundings. The application site forms part of the South West Beach broad location for growth, as shown in this area here of the local plan. The council have also adopted a South West Beach broad concept plan. The application site forms phase 2 of the broad concept plan, which is for residential development. The application would propose provide up to 352 dwellings within the phase 2 of the broad location for growth, and this accords with the broad concept plan in terms of an acceptable quantum of development, around 350 dwellings. This shows the Environment Agency flood maps. So it's in flood zone 1 and it's at very low risk of surface water flooding. This slide shows a master plan of the site. So you can see the proposed access road coming in down here from New Drove, which links onto Weasnam Lane. Into the site. So the first phase of the full application is this area here, and then the southern section is the outline phase for up to 250 dwellings. At the moment there is an existing IDB drain that sort of runs down where this proposed access road would be coming in here and continues down the sort of west side of the site. As part of the application, it's proposed to culvert over 200 metres of the IDB drain to provide the proposed access into the site. Also the location of the access for this proposed development accords with what the location of the access as shown within the adopted broad concept plan. This slide shows the proposed site layout in more detail. For phase 1, the application for full planning permission for the 102 dwellings. To the south, you can see also an attenuation basin and area open space here. It's anticipated that further open space and drainage features would also form part of future reserve matters within the outline area of the application as well. This slide shows the landscape master plan that's submitted with the application, but it's recommended that there's a condition attached to the planning permission which covers both phase 1 and phase 2 of the scheme with a detailed landscaping scheme to be submitted and agreed by the local planning authority. This slide shows elevations of the proposed dwellings. Also, the following slide shows the detached dwellings. This slide shows the proposed street scenes of some of the streets within the development. This slide here shows the proposed access. As mentioned previously, this is where the existing IDB drain runs down here, the first section of that from New Drove. As part of this, also there is a proposed footway which would link up towards New Drove from the proposed housing. It also includes, as part of this, there would be a new crossover to the residential properties in this location here, and also a new crossover access down here, which would provide vehicle access to the existing onto the existing sort of vehicle access for Halfpenny Lane, the southern section of that. Once the proposed new road is in place, it would be it's proposed that the northern section of the existing Halfpenny Lane, which is sort of this section from here up to New Drove, would be turned to just a cycleway and footway. This slide here shows proposed highway improvements on New Drove and Weasenham Lane. So this is the northern end of Halfpenny Lane here. So this is where it then connects on to New Drove. So there's some sort of new footways that are proposed, and widening of footways and verges to accommodate pedestrian access from within the site to the surrounding area. The applicant has submitted 2 alternative schemes for a crossing of Weasenham Lane, which was at the request of the local highway authority. So the preference from the local highway authority is a toucan crossing of Weasenham Lane in this sort of rough location here, which the applicant has agreed to provide a contribution towards the provision of that, which is compliant with the request from the local highway authority. That's also the alternative scheme, which has also been provided, would be instead of the toucan crossing, to provide a refuge island in the middle of the road here and a crossing in this location up here, in the event that the toucan crossing scheme doesn't come forward in the future, which is because that's reliant on other factors, such as sort of contributions from a planned new school for the planned new Wisbech Free School on Weasenham Lane. So that's the alternative scheme, which also includes the proposed footway, same proposed footway measures on New Drove down here. This is the drainage strategy for phase 1 for the full application. So there is an attenuation basin in this area here, and there will be an outfall into the existing watercourse that runs along here, and then the existing IDB watercourse that runs down the west of the site would remain open from this section onwards. It would only be the northern section to provide the access, which is proposed to be culverted. This slide shows some photos of the site. So this shows the from New Drove, the access into the site from New Drove onto Halfpenny Lane. So you can see the existing Halfpenny Lane access is here, and to the left-hand side of that is the IDB drain. This shows the IDB drain, the sort of first northern section of that, which is proposed to be culverted on these photos here. these photos show views sort of heading south down Halfpenny Lane towards the A47. You see the IDB ditch there. Shows views across the site. It's sort of back towards a sort of northerly direction. This shows photographs across the site. Number 19 shows the proposed building to be demolished. Yeah. This shows the southern boundary of the site adjacent to the A47 from the opposite side of the A47. So it shows the sort of existing trees that are along that southern boundary at the moment. And this shows photos of the area for some of the footway widening and new footways on New Drove and Weasenham Lane. Same again. So in summary, the proposed development would provide up to 352 dwellings. Within the eastern area of the South West Beach broad location for growth. It's in broad alignment with the approved South West Beach broad concept plan. It's in accordance with policies LP7 and LP8 of the local plan, so the principle of development is therefore considered to be acceptable. The proposed development would result in a high magnitude of change of land use which would alter the character and appearance of the area at a local scale. However, such impacts are unavoidable to facilitate delivery of residential development of the site in accordance with the Council's spatial strategy for development. The proposed development would provide 13.92% affordable housing, which would equate to 49 affordable dwellings, and an infrastructure contribution of £2,000 per plot, which would not meet the full amount of infrastructure contributions requested by the consultees. However, the proposed infrastructure contributions, in addition to the proposed off-site highway improvements, are sufficient to ensure that the proposed development would have an acceptable highway safety and transport impacts. It is acknowledged that the proposed financial contributions fall significantly short of the requested education and healthcare contributions, which would result in the proposed development creating an additional burden on existing infrastructure. However, an independent financial viability review of the proposed development has been carried out, which confirms that a greater level of financial contributions and affordable housing provision than what's proposed would result in the proposed development being financially unviable to deliver it. Having regard to the relevant planning policies and material considerations, and subject to the completion of a Section 106 legal agreement, the proposed development would amount to sustainable development and would broadly accord with the development plan as a whole. There are no material considerations that are sufficient weight to indicate that a decision should be made other than in accordance with the development plan. The application is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. We have two speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Councillor Steve Tierney, a district councillor, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the committee for this opportunity to speak. First of all, I'd like to point out that I am here not just speaking for myself, but also for both the other district councillors. Councillor Hoy is away at the moment and Councillor Warwick has to work, but they both agree with all the points I'm going to make, perhaps not the phraseology I'm going to use. On top of that, Councillor Hoy is also the county councillor for the area, so obviously that opinion matters too. I'm amazed that I have to be here at all. I am gobsmacked that officers would recommend this for approval, and I urge you to throw it out immediately, and I'm going to explain to you why. This is not just an ill-considered proposal, it is mad. It is mad. In all the time I've been a councillor, I can't think of a proposal that has been crazier than this. There are lots of reasons. The public often feel, I think, like they're at war with applicants and the planning officers, and I understand why they feel that way, because increasingly, no common sense is applied. People try and stick to the rules, but they try and stick to the rules the way that they perceive them. So I'd like to point out a few things to you today. First of all, in the Fenland local plan, it's very clear that South West Beach developments would need to overcome pressure on Weasenham Lane and that the area will be predominantly for business purposes. And yet here we have hundreds of houses proposed to be put on this site where it isn't supposed to happen. Secondly, this will create an enormous amount of additional traffic for 300 plus potentially houses. That's hundreds and hundreds of cars. Now, any of you who have been there know that these roads are not at all ready to take that level of traffic, and no amount of the proposed changes is going to fix that. This is so much congestion. It is completely inapplicable for the area. It should never have been considered. It's mad. And it's such an unacceptable impact on highway safety and the roads that it should have been the first thing that got it thrown out. It's contrary to LP15 of the local plan. My second point I'd like to make is in regards to the best and most versatile use of agricultural land. We have recently thrown out other proposals because they weren't good use for our brilliant agricultural land. We cannot keep building on brilliant agricultural land that should be used for what it's being used for farming. It shouldn't be used for constantly building ridiculous, bloated housing estates. And yet that is, again, what we're proposing. That is contrary to policy LP14 because of the advice in regards, LP3, because of the advice in regards to the best use of agricultural land. But for me, the key point, the most key point, relates to the flooding. Now, you know the IB Inland Drainage Board have told you they don't support this. They've objected to it with good reason. People have told about the fact that Councillor Hoy lobbied them. Just for people who are watching may not know what that means, it means that Councillor Hoy, like myself and the other councillor for the area, was so worried about this development that she emailed the members of the committee to try and show them the big problems with this development. And I think you have probably seen the photos that I've seen, which show that in the last year, that area has completely flooded multiple times. There is no amount of fixing that. That is a natural problem for the low level of that land. Here we are in the Fens. And if you allow these houses to be built there, you are building trouble for the future. Now, you will have officers and experts and applicants, I'm sure, blowing wind at you trying to suggest that this is not true. They are wrong. In a few years' time, when these houses are all completely flooded and hundreds of people are devastated by that flood and have huge expenses, none of those officers making this advice will be culpable for it. They won't be held responsible. There are no consequences to them. I urge you to ignore the flim-flam that is going to be thrown at you and to use your common sense. Just look at those photos. This is land that floods. If we let this happen, we are storing disaster for the future. It's crazy that we're even considering it. I urge you all to please say no. The last point I would make is that if any one of you had this in your area, proposed under the same circumstances, you'd be sitting right here saying how mad it was, just like I am. You have to say sometimes common sense and local knowledge overrides whatever flim-flam you're given by officers. I'm sorry, I don't mean any disrespect, but I just can't believe we've got to this point. Please say no. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Tierney. Members, questions, clarifications to Councillor Tierney. Councillor Seneca, thank you.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tierney. Thank you for coming along to speak. I have concerns about the viability. It's a very large proposal, 352 dwellings. And as we all know, we're well aware that an incinerator, a very large incinerator, has been given permission just a few hundred metres down the road. As a Wisbech councillor, in your opinion, what is the viability of this development in terms of, are these houses going to be able to be sold? Is it going to be left half-baked? What are your thoughts around the impact of the incinerator on these potential dwellings?
Thank you, Councillor. So I'm not an expert in that, so I won't claim that I am. So this is just an opinion. I cannot imagine there will be a huge uptake of sales so close to the proposed incinerator. If, God forbid, it still goes ahead, I still hope it won't, but I know I'm dreaming a little bit there. I can't imagine sales will be easy, and if people do buy, I suspect they won't realise what they're letting themselves in for. And the location, being kind of opposite the local school, creates the additional traffic problem, which will then be heightened by the vehicles to and from the incinerator, which will be using all the local roads. So it's a cumulative problem, and although I'm not an expert, I think sales of those properties will be very difficult.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gerstner, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. people know my views on using agricultural land to be for development. It's well known. I'm not predetermined on this one. Can you tell me, or have you any idea when the land was last used for agricultural purposes?
I think I'd have to defer for officers because I don't follow what all the land is used for all the time. But to the best of my knowledge, it's used now or has fairly recently been used. But again, I would defer to officers for that answer because it's just hearsay.
Right, that's a question you could ask officers if you feel the wish to. Councillor Gersten, when the appropriate time. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councillor Tierney. Just a very quick one. Obviously, you are involved or have been involved previously with the broad concept plan of Wisbech. This has obviously fallen in because we've already seen that. Where do you feel that these properties, bearing in mind, I'm sure like every other area in the county, we need these properties, where do you feel they should be built then?
Thank you for that, Councillor Marks. Again, you're asking me to give an opinion on something on which I'm not an expert. I'm not a planning or development person, so knowing where. I do think that perhaps the applicants could have showed that they'd looked at other areas in the same way that they've looked at this one, and then you could have seen whether there were others that were suitable. But I think that the outright point of continually building and building and building on towns is something we should challenge, because eventually, if you keep doing it, there are no towns. Everything is just one great glut of buildings. You know, our towns are communities with clearly defined limits, and I do think that we need to consider, before we give permission to huge developments like this, whether there is damage to that community. In this case, I would suggest there is. But in answer to your question, I don't know of another area. I don't know if I would support another area, but without the applicants having given any other options, I can't say for sure.
Thank you. Could I come back? Can I just follow that up with, you mentioned then regarding commercial properties, industrial area. Do you think it would be better to being a commercial area, bearing in mind where it's sited within the Wisdom area, or do you believe it should just be left fallow?
Again, just a personal opinion. I don't think that it should be developed at all because it's good agricultural land and it should be used for that. But I'm not, you know, that's just a personal view. That shouldn't be considered as anything more than that. Our local plan says that we should be using it primarily for business purposes. And if we're following our own guidance, then why are we allowing applications to come forwards for hundreds of houses? It doesn't make sense.
Okay, any more questions for Councillor Tierney at all? No burning desire to? No. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Lee Russell, he's the applicant, to make his presentation to the committee. When you're ready, you've also got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. Thank you, Richard, for the comprehensive report for what is a very complex scheme. Bringing this site forward from the original broad concept stage proposals at local plan level has taken a significant number of years and committed effort. Landowners have been involved with numerous other parties for 20 plus years, though Seagate Homes took this scheme in 2019 and have worked hard with several parties through resolving difficult components to unlock the site and get to this stage. There were 3 years worth of consultations and statutory authority communications before this application was made in early 2023 to ensure that issues could be overcome, with more detailed conversations and amendments throughout the planning process since then in order to ensure we addressed comments and requirements as they arrived. Certainly the most complex scheme I've worked on, but without the dedication of our team and team of specialist consultants, this broad concept scheme would not have been able to come forward. We know that the site has been earmarked in the emerging local plan as a potential allocation, and I believe this is phase 1 of the Wisbech South broad concept, which is earmarked for residential as opposed to commercial or industrial. A suite of ecological surveys has been completed, some more than once, to maintain their validity, and extensive archaeological work has been undertaken to appease CCC. The highway works have taken some considerable amount of time to get agreement from CCC, consistent communications and adaptations to appease the various transport and engineering teams, as the off-site Section 278 works are significant and important element of this site. Road improvements and crossing points, along with bus stop enhancements, have all been incorporated as necessary, with a contribution request of 150k to the Toucan crossing point that will inevitably be required for the proposed new school, of which I believe the application is well progressed at planning. The site is incredibly well positioned for sustainable pedestrian access to the existing and new school and for access around the edge of the town. There are great connections to lengthy pedestrian and cycle routes that run adjacent to the site, the historic Halfpenny Lane that runs through to Elm, and the National Cycle Route 63 that comes along the western edge of the site and cuts across close to the access. I believe this starts in Burton-on-Trent and comes all the way through to Wisbech. The site is currently set to agricultural use with a very few trees, but those that are there are generally being retained and fall along the edges of the small watercourses. A note on agricultural use, that there were 5 fields there, and I believe the cropping is very poor in that area, probably due to the water issues. We have ensured that all existing natural dike features and the IDB maintained watercourse to the east have required offsets for ease of maintenance, respecting the 9 metre clear easement left to grass on the edge of the IDB watercourse. There have been concerns raised by the IDB and middle level on the effects of the watercourse, as there have been some issues with upstream and downstream elements in the past and possibly currently. Currently, the watercourse is restricted as it passes below the A47 to a 1 metre diameter pipe, and where it comes from Weasenham Lane from a 1200 diameter pipe. There are also several culvert crossings to the 5 number individual fields that make this application site. Our proposal is to remove these restricted culverts that form the current field accesses and to provide a water storage attenuation facility at the corner of the site to assist the IDB with additional storage capacity before the A47 crossing, vastly improving what's there at the moment. You'll have noted that there is a culvert proposed at the access of the site, and through various discussions and meetings with the IDB and middle level, they have requested this culvert to be a 3 metre by 2 metre box culvert section, obviously significantly larger than the 1200 diameter that feeds it. This requested size was to ensure the highest water levels provided would be accommodated, along with providing an ease of access and cleaning. The development will offer a wide range of housing and bungalows and a few maisonettes. In the detailed scheme, dwellings being arranged from 1 to 4 bedroom units. There will be a selection of affordable homes in 106 terms and affordability. The scheme has been through a viability process, and the council's assessor has concluded around 14% affordable housing and 700k of contributions should be provided. The Section 106 heads of terms have been discussed and adapted back and forth over the past weeks, with the draft 106 currently held by the council. The overall scheme will deliver approximately 350 dwellings and will include some great areas of open space incorporating suds, water features, landscaping techniques inclusive of children's play areas. We plan to deliver a large area of usable open space in the centre of the site, with all homes designed well to overlook this open space rather than backing onto them. Parts of this POS falls into the detailed scheme area, but that will become extended.
Thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Russell, please. We'll take Councillor Gerster first, then Councillor Marks, and then Councillor Senate Clough. Thank you.
Having attended last week a Medworth incinerator meeting for the operators, they seem to have a very good plan in place, a travel plan of them delivering their incinerator and using only certain roads within the conscripts of Wisbech. Have you been talking to the Medworth incinerator people at all?
We haven't directly been talking to Medworth, but our transport assessment team were asked by Cambridgeshire Highways to incorporate all of their travel plan, traffic updates, etc. So our transport team have taken on their information and updated their reports to include what they might be creating. And just to say as well, I have got my civil engineer expert in drainage and highways should we need to go into anything more with that element.
So you're confirming that you've taken all their transport plan into account with your own plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, our transport team have been asked to include all of their information.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Good afternoon. In your speech just then, you gave us the word appease regarding the engineers. I've just read here what the 100 IDB objects, and they object for various reasons. Can you tell me how much the proposed 200 metres of coving will cost to put in, please?
Yeah, a scary number. So the culvert that's been requested to put in, yeah, we've gone out for 3 budget quotes for civil engineering because we had to include it in viability, and it, without quoting the exact, I believe it's about 1.7 million.
Thank you. So you can understand why an IDB small board sitting there with very little money and who pumps water is really concerned that because you're not having the road adopted, so that culvert will fall to them for the upkeep going forward. What provision have you made to give them monies for the upkeep?
Yeah, so currently there are various options. We have been in lengthy discussions with highways throughout the process since 2019 with lots of on-site meetings with all parties. Commuted sums haven't been discussed as yet. Nothing's been requested. Obviously, they usually come at detailed application consent stage. So whichever way that culvert process goes will be whether it's whether it is the IDB, highways, or a legal agreement with a management company.
Sorry, I'm a little confused. Are you saying that now, sorry, your light's on. Are you now saying that you are looking at the option of having the culvert highway into the site adopted?
So, Kay, if you want to come over as well, but I'll sort of...
Yeah, just feel free to join, and if you can answer Councillor Marx's very
I'll
justified
attempt,
question, please do so.
Yeah, so there's the option of highways weren't keen on taking adoption of the culvert. Yeah, so that leaves IDB adoption or private adoption in perpetuity by a specialist management company, not a management company of the site.
Okay, if I could come back on that, I should think the IDB are less than happy, because I would be less than happy to take a hole in the ground I have no control over. Bearing in mind the IDB are good at what they do, and that's move water. They're not for management of culverts and stuff like that. You then mention a specialist management company. Who is that? Because you as developers, are you going to be that specialist management company that suddenly, shock horror, in whatever year's time, it goes into administration, leaving the residents with basically a pipe, and if it collapses, it falls to them. And I speak firsthand, having moved on to an estate where we were told exactly what you're telling me now, and then we had to, out of 26 houses or whatever it was, come up with just over £85,000 to get our road adopted. But we were lucky. But there's an awful lot of properties in there that could be unlucky should they not be able to put their hands in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, obviously these structures, you know, they've moved on. So these concrete, very substantial structures are designed for hundreds of years lifetime. Now, we will want to push that for adoption to either the IDB and highways under commuted sums, which, as I say, haven't been discussed. Otherwise, it'll be a private adoption in perpetuity by a management company, which will take commuted sum also.
But who is this management company going to be? You're sitting there. I mean, usually it's the developer who will take on that role and run that company. Are you saying you're not prepared to, as a development company? Also, going back to your last comment, things do move on, and unfortunately things in the fens, a lot of the fens actually move as well. Soil moves and pipes move. That's my really big concern. You are then pointing the finger at the IDB, which I think is totally unacceptable, for the upkeep of a pipe, which they don't want. It's pretty obvious that highways don't want, because they've already said this. And then it will fall to the residents, probably 15, 20 years down the line. You'll have gone into the sunset, or the development company, likelihood is, will have gone into the sunset, and those residents will be picking up that big bill.
Yeah, as I say, offered, there's no expectation, but certainly we'll be wanting to offer them for adoption. Commuted sums are obviously there for that particular reason, whatever they be requested.
I'll give you a little chance for breath. I'm sure you'll want to come back, as I want to speak, but Councillor Senate Clough's turn. Thank you.
I'm perfectly happy for you to continue if you wish. Okay.
For the weariness.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming along. I've got a few questions, so I'm just going to fire them at you. Apologies. Now, in the report, it said the contributions fall significantly short. Can you talk about that, please? Why is that?
Yeah, basically, it's sort of known around Fenland and certainly north of the A47 that to make the sites viable, because of generally house prices and the like, build costs don't alter, but obviously area of value does. So the difference between the build cost and the value of the houses is thin. So along with the other complications of this site adding into the viability, that's why we put all the contribution requests into the viability assessment. It turned out actually 0, but the council's viability assessor has come back with something different, in which we would need to go with.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for your response. Sort of leads into my next point, which was the question that I asked Councillor Tierney about the viability in terms of if the incinerator is built and it does have an impact on house prices. I'm concerned that this huge development will be left half-baked, as it were, not finished, roads not adopted and such. Can you talk about that in terms of your experience as an applicant when there is a large national infrastructure project that could happen and emit pollution down the road?
Yeah, well, hopefully the incinerator project, the due diligence has been done on that as to not affect pollution-wise residents. But yeah, so we're obviously a well-established developer in the area. We've targeted this and invested substantial figures to get it to this far. So yes, we're confident that these houses will sell in this location. We have done other sites in the area too, and certainly first-handedly, I know Homes England are also demanding properties from this development as well.
Last question, which is a sort of multi-part question really. So in the Fenland local plan, it does state that South Wisbech developments would need to overcome pressure on Weasenham Lane. I'm not completely confident with the transport statement as it is in the report that has been achieved at this stage. And also the Wisbech access study was supposed to allow access to this site through roundabout improvements, but that hasn't been progressed. So could you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, with transport, obviously we leave that to the specialist transport teams and Cambridgeshire Highways national highways, etc., and transport teams there and the engineers there. So that's all gone through a process where we've mitigated against what they require. I can't tell you numbers and facts and figures of vehicles per se, but that has gone through a substantially long process, and reports have been revised several times to include different things that come online, such as the incinerator, other developments that have come through with speech since this process has been going since 2019. So we're continually having to update and include other things.
Right, thank you. I think I'll come in there now, and then I'll take Councillor Purser. Right. Councillor Marks has touched on the culvert, 200 metres in length. You've just said the remarkable sum of 1.7 million. And I absolutely agree with Councillor Marks's comments that highways won't take this. I should think they'll run a mile, and the IDB will run more than several miles to get away from this. So my worry is, and you've said that these pipes and one thing or another will last many, many, many years, and of course they will to a point. But what happens if no one will take this on? And you have touched on it, a management company and one thing or another, but and it does fail. It does worry me. It does worry me greatly that you haven't got a plan B strategy that you can come and tell us here. You can say, yeah, specialist management company, but there's no meat on that bone for a start. Okay, so I'm going to move on from there. So I agree with Councillor Marks's comments there entirely. Also, I'm going to move on here. You probably heard what I said about the 37 or the 39 houses in Elm Road March a while ago. Again, the roads are not going to be adopted there either. The paths, the footpaths, the street lighting, the roads. And it always worries me when this happens, when you're not looking for an S38 agreement from Cambs County Council. I think you heard, I'm going to ask you directly what I proposed with the officers. There's 102 houses. So I think to give me plenty of comfort with this, I would say only 80 to be lived in, and then obviously the rest to be unoccupied until such times as the road brought up to a adoptable standard. That would give me some comfort on that particular aspect of it all. The management of, there's no mention too much, only verbally, of a management company. These, in my opinion, I think I think you did the Wilmington application as well, didn't you, just off Eaton Estate, was it you? Yeah. I think we probably crossed a bit of swords there when we said, I don't like these management companies. As Councillor Marks says, they're only as good as the management who's looking after it. And with the flooding issues there, the IDB, it doesn't fill me with that much confidence with no meat on the bone, and especially with the attenuation pond as such. There's not to mention where that's going to be adopted, who's going to be adopted. So I think there's not much meat on the bone on this application, to be honest. But I'm sure I'll think of other things. But I'll shut up for now, and I'll get Councillor Purser continue. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said in part of your presentation there, and one of the answers you gave, you weren't too sure the number of vehicles would be coming in and out. Now, to my reckoning, if you're looking at 250 houses, you're looking at probably 300, 400 vehicles easily on that. And a lot of those will be sort of trades vehicles. I'm sure people bring the vans and things in. I've got two questions, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman. Would you not find that the vehicular access off Weaston Lane and that road leading down to actually wholly inadequate for that number of vehicles?
Yeah, as I say, I was sort of quoting. I didn't know the actual numbers of the cars and vehicles. It is in the report that it has been assessed. So that was just a personal comment. But yeah, they've obviously assessed the amount of transport vehicles proposed on the development in relation to the existing roads. And as I say, we've been in discussions with Cambridgeshire Highways Department for several years. So it's all gone through the correct processes, as it were, to get Cambridgeshire County Council to be accepting and agreeing of what's been put forward.
Yeah, but with respect on that, I mean, I've been on other committees, and what have, and it's been actually discussed the fact that, like I Cambridgeshire Highways, which we know, I'm sure you're a professional person and done your homework and the likes, as Cambridgeshire Highways have, but it's actually been admitted by some people in some places that the survey they've actually done for it has been a desktop survey in their office, and they haven't actually been out and had a look at it, which basically makes a bit of a mockery of the whole thing. Just to comment on that. But can I ask another question on this? You said, or it says in the report there, that you're thinking in terms of either having a toucan crossing at one part or an island at the other. Now, toucan crossing is obviously, I know from professionally that toucan crossing is basically where both pedestrians and cyclists can cross. They have the press buttons or have you. Why can there not be a toucan crossing on the island down the road? Why can there not be amalgamated into one?
I can answer that. We had discussions with Cambridge County Council and the road's not wide enough at that point. So we put in, it's pedestrian refuge, pedestrian cycle refuge, so it is wider. But the amount of people crossing is not representative of a toucan unless the school extension comes forward. And that was put in at the request of Cambridge County Council Highways Assessment Team.
Yeah, but sure, if it's wide enough to have an island just down the road, and it's wide enough also to have the toucan on it. It's not, you know.
Yeah, we moved. The location was moved at the request of Cambridge County Council because the toucan would not just serve the development, serve other areas, and that is the location that they wanted it. That's why it was moved.
Fair enough. I think again, an office-based desktop survey has been done there, Mr. Chairman. To be perfectly honest with you, but I can't really argue any further with that. But thank you very much for that.
Yeah, very pertinent questions, Councillor Purser. Anybody else got any more questions at all? Councillor Marks, thank you. Councillor Benny first, then Councillor Marks. Did you want to speak then, Councillor? Did you? Got your pen off, haven't you? Righty-ho, you shall.
Good afternoon. I have concerns about this culvert and the maintenance thereof. Chairman has already said there's no meat on the bone. Would you put £300,000 into a management company and ring fence it to safeguard that and keep the maintenance going on it? That has happened. I know of an instance where a similar situation, not on houses, has happened within Fenland, and that does work. Would your company be prepared to put money in to put some meat on the bone to pay for the maintenance for this going forward and ring fence that money?
Yeah, so on that and mention of management companies, etc. So I didn't want to sort of name drop there, but we have been talking to two specific management companies who we use on sites. One being Trust Green, one being Encore, and another. So there's three actually. So all of which would have a commuted sum, which is the same in theory as putting a ring fence amount of money. So we've not got a problem with that because it's expected.
Councillor Marks, then Councillor French. Go on.
Thank you. Can you tell me the last time you spoke to the Drainage Board?
2 weeks ago. I spoke to Graham Moore 2 weeks ago.
Okay. I'm not sure if you're aware that most drainage boards are joining together, and as from April next year, this will transfer to north level for the administration. So I suggest you, if this is approved, you start talking to north level, because middle level will have nothing more to do with it after next April.
Now it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. sorry, I've got to go back to this management company. It really, really concerns me. You're the developer, you're the people who are going to make the money from this. You're going to give a sum of money to a management company. And that's the bit I don't like, because there's no guarantee that management company is going to be there in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years' time. I agree to a certain degree, there may not be, as a developer, you are going to be there, but at least you've got an obligation, and if you ring fence the money yourself on day one, are you going to also be asking residents to pay towards the upkeep via the IDB and part of their management? Because if this is going to be a management company, I guess you're going to be asking your residents to pay into a management scheme. So is money going to be made available to the IDB? Reference this culvert, because this culvert is 200 metres, and as I say, I think we've got flashing lights in amber, green, whatever, because of what, amber, green or whatever. Basically, from CCC, they don't want it. I'm sure, and I look at Councillor French over there, but I get the impression that no IDB is going to tie themselves into this. And my worry is, how is this going to go forward? Because we're all moving away from it quite quickly here, is my feeling. Putting into a management company, they go bankrupt, what then happens? I really need some concrete, what you're actually going to do, as opposed to what you're thinking you're going, or you might do.
Yeah, so I'll probably bring Kay in as well, but first and foremost, obviously, we would prefer for highways and the IDB to both be approached first.
Therefore, to clarify, have you not approached them already and they've said no?
Yes. However, when it goes to detailed design and application and consents, obviously we're offering a commuted sum, and the maintenance in perpetuity, there's a process. So we would rather it be to highways. We'd rather it then go to IDB if highways don't want it. If IDB don't want it, obviously the last port of call, there's two options for management company. There's either residents paying, but that is not where we want to go for the culvert element. That will be just for on-site elements. The culvert element will be the community sum in perpetuity with a management company that we deal with for this type of thing, where it's basically the funds are ring fenced, and they use an element of the money for maintenance, and an element of the money obviously gains the interest and falls into the pot for.
I think you're being very hopeful that the interest will cover the upkeep and any major expense as the damage to a culvert happens over a period of time. I'm really uncomfortable about that, but thank you for your answer.
Councillor Senate.
Thank you, Chair. I apologise. I said I'd finish my questions, but based on what Councillor Marks has just said, it's left me with a lack of confidence in terms of planning if there is flooding. The residents, would you commit to covering their costs if these drainage plans fail? And we've seen pictures of the site absolutely underwater. So would you commit to covering residents' costs if it does flood?
Yeah, the site is in flood. The site is in flood zone 1, and we are aware from the IDB that there are issues with flooding, but that's caused by the culvert under the A47, because it's a large open section of drain that then goes into a metre culvert under the A47, which is what causes the flooding on site. Within our proposals for the outline, we've included a basin that would be linked to the main drain to take or to mitigate against that flooding. And that together with the section of the culvert provides in excess of double the amount of volume that's there at the moment.
Okay, you're happy? Or do you want to ask another question?
Wanted to come back.
You
But I
please.
think Councillor French, did you want to speak on that?
It's part of that. Who's paying for it?
So this comes back to the point that Councillor Marks keeps making. If it's going to double the volume, and then we don't have a guaranteed plan of responsibility for that culvert, it just leaves me lacking confidence, I'm afraid, going forward with relation. I mean, I know it's in flood zone 1, but the reality is that we don't have any clear plan going forward. It's particularly in light of the fact that, as you just yourself said, it's going to double the volume coming into that culvert.
No, I meant the attenuation volume is doubled. So we're providing a betterment than what is there at the moment.
Thank you. Yeah, I realise that. Thank you.
Councillor French, did you want to come in? Then I'll bring Councillor Marks and myself.
You are well aware that even if the drainage boards do give you permission, that you wouldn't be able to build at least 9 metres away from their watercourse, and their recommendations are actually 11 metres if you're putting trees there because you've got the overhang. And most drainage boards are sticking to it. We've got a couple in Fenland already that things have got to be removed, which are going to cost a lot of money.
We've got a 9-metre easement along the open section that's made allowance for in the plans.
Councillor Marks.
As drainage seems to be the key word with all of this. Just to clarify, so you're putting in almost an attenuation pond because you're saying that there is a culvert that can't cope under the A47. Is that what you're actually saying? Sorry, that's the first part of the question.
That's what we were advised by the 100 of Wisbech IDB, yeah.
Okay, and that's going to, so basically that is going to take, if this development went ahead, the extra water from site, which you're going to have to hold as well to go through, because at the present time it's farmland, so its runoff rate is a lot different to what that will be when you put tarmac roads and stuff in. And then, sorry?
No, the water from on site is attenuated to greenfield rates. So we've got 2 attenuation basins, one at the bottom of the site to help mitigate the culvert. We've got one within the site that attenuates the flows. We've also got storage within permeable paving subbase within the site. The site is then restricted to existing greenfield rates, Q-bar, for all storm events, including climate change. So essentially, the site developed will produce less discharge than it does now, because at the moment it's producing greenfield for all storm events, and we're reducing that.
Okay, but the follow on from that is, that's the site. What we can't legislate for, it doesn't sound as been legislated for, is what happens before the site and when it gets to this culvert. Because obviously, as you've said, climate change and everything else, that is an existing dike that brings water already on via your site to that culvert. So has that calculation been taken in? Equally, you're saying that part of the second, or one of the attenuation ponds, is water from the site as well.
Upstream of the site, directly upstream of the site, is a culvert that goes from the small section of open water course along Weasenham Lane under New Drove, and then comes out into Halfpenny Lane. So essentially, any network upstream of that is restricted by that diameter of that culvert. So whatever we do downstream, that flooding upstream would still occur because that culvert, that existing culvert is still in place. That existing culvert is 1200 diameter. We're proposing to put a 3 metre by 2 metre box section culvert after that, so that we can install the access road and then keep the existing open section and provide mitigation downstream for that existing culvert that goes under the A47.
Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thank you. Who is responsible for that pipe at the moment?
Which, the one upstream, that's Drainage Board.
So you've discussed this with the Drainage Board. Are they prepared to do any work to get rid of that? Put bigger pipes in?
I went to one of the IDB meetings, and there isn't, at the minute, the runoff rate is fine at the back of Wisdom Lane. However, there's been some pollution there, but the runoff rate is fine for what they've got at the present time. But obviously it's going forward, and you know, by we've heard now, the culvert not being able to go up on the A47 as well.
Councillor Senate Clough.
Thank you, Chair. While we were talking about IDBs, I did delegate to Councillor French a bit, and I didn't actually finish my question, which was, in fact, you didn't answer my question about whether you would cover residents' bills should they flood. That question was not answered by yourselves.
Yeah, it's not one I've heard of before, to be honest. I'm not sure. I mean, the development is in accordance with planning policies. With regards to covering residents' insurance for flood risk, I mean that would generally be down to a resident to have their home insured. So I'm not really sure as to how that would work.
I just wanted to get an answer for my question because it had been left unanswered by yourselves, and with the fact that we're not sure about this management company, coming back to Councillor Marks' point, I wanted to get some reassurance on that, but thank you for actually answering the question, kind of.
Yeah, I think I'll come in now. I've been a little bit quiet today on this one, haven't I? But yeah, there seems to be lots of questions that are not answered to my satisfaction, to be fair. We'll go firstly to the culvert, £1.7 million. You said, oh yeah, there'll be some money in there for any repairs going forward, but we haven't said how much money that'll be. You haven't said 400,000, 500,000, 200,000, or not much at all. Going on from that, which doesn't fill me with comfort really, you've been speaking to a specialist management company, but there's no letters or of intent for them to do this. It's all, yeah, we've been speaking to them, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna jump for joy at doing this, because obviously you haven't told us how much, obviously, that you're prepared to throw into the kitty, so to speak. But moving on from that, the roads worry me as well, as I intimated to you the very more than half an hour ago. So again, there's no meat on the bone here. There's the management company. We don't know who that's going to be. Maybe residents. We don't know anything about that. We've just heard there's 2 attenuation ponds. Are they going to be adopted by Anglian Water? Are they going to be another management company, somebody else? There's just no, as I said earlier, there's no meat on the bone. And I don't want this application to to in 15 years' time, 10 years' time, 5 years' time, whenever you can throw a stick at it and do anything and say how many years on the spinning wheel, if you like. So would you be prepared, as I said in the first place, and I didn't really get an answer, perhaps I didn't let you have an answer, but with 102 dwellings in the first phase of it, would you be happy if this application was successful that 20 remain unoccupied until such times as the road's been brought up to standard, a management company has been formed, and we've got some sort of clear view of where we're going?
Yeah, thank you. There's a few things in there to answer, obviously. So on the basins that you touched on about adoption and management company, and you wasn't sure, etc. Obviously, the attenuation basins we would put forward usually to Anglian Water for adoption. Now, what we find, and we're always happy to do that, what we find is a management company on site actually look after those basins better than Anglian Water do. But that is our preference. So we'll put it to Anglian Water for adoption, which is absolutely fine when we do the Section 104 design. With regards to, sort of touching on that as well, road adoptions. Now, I think we had a bit of a discussion 2 or 3 weeks ago in committee about another scheme of similar size, where this scheme's obviously got a spine road, which we'll call the primary road, what has secondary roads off it feeding the houses generally. So ordinarily, Cambridgeshire, and I'm happy to discuss and talk through this, numbers, etc., and how we do it, but ordinarily, Cambridgeshire County Council on a spine road during construction wouldn't want that road topping before heavy construction traffic has finished using the spine road. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't, and we will top the secondary roads that feed the general denser areas of residential homes. And on the spine road, we can install the ironworks down level from the start and then raise them when that spine road's topped. But we are very much restricted to Cambridgeshire County Council requirements on that element. Now, when I've spoke to Nigel Egger, and he has obviously stepped down a little bit, he's a very helpful guy, and he wanted to, when it comes to the detailed road design and adoption with sewers, etc., which is all conditioned, he was happy to have a discussion to see if they would relax that topping to allow construction traffic before we got to the end of the development. As I say, usually that's not allowed, and it probably won't be on the spine road. So when we say about numbers of dwellings occupied, I think I did make some notes actually based on your previous, but I think I'm more than willing to enter a conversation to suggest a condition of types about a highway finishing programme against occupations. So we could list occupations of every house and when each part of road would be finished, or something like that, just to give the councillors and the planners enough comfort that that road will become an adoptable standard as soon as it can be. Whether that answers your question or gives you any comfort at all, but basically, yeah, I'm willing to work on a condition which you're trying to get on these applications, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Purser.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not too sure that I actually heard this right that you were saying a few moments ago, but it did concern me when I actually heard what I think you said. When it was suggested by somebody else having a management company over flooding, you said, oh, we will maybe speak to Anglia Water about this afterwards, about that. Is that, did I get you correct on that?
That's on the attenuation basin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the adoption of the actual basin. So all the sewers would be put forward for adoption, and we would put the basin forward for adoption for Anglian Water. Yeah. So that would be in the Section 104 detailed design stage.
But my point being, though, that surely with that situation like that, and again, I'm sure you've done your homework and all the likes, that you'd have actually spoken before you actually put this application in case that situation was brought up.
Anglian Water won't look at offering an approval in principle on an adoption until you've got full detailed design, which comes after this stage of planning. So it follows on in the process, and they won't even look at an application number for detailed design unless you have approval for full planning.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's the right answer. Anyway, any more questions at all? Did you want to indicate you want to speak, Councillor Benny, some 10 minutes ago? Ah, right then. Very good. So thank you very much for trying to go some way to answering our concerns. Not entirely, I have to say, but we are where we are. Okay. So it's members, questions, clarifications for officers, and I'll take you first, Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Chairman. Don't mind who answers this one. We've got a hybrid application where we've got an outline application for 250. I assume it's 250 because that's a magic number in planning, because if you go over that, you have to jump through more hoops. And you've got a full application which is committing to, well, I can't see what the word is, the access is committed for a further 102. Now, when we're looking at drainage, until you've got a full application for the full site, you cannot do a full drainage strategy on the site because you don't know where the houses are, so you can't calculate the runoffs to work out what the litrage per minute or how far that water is going. Is that correct? Am I correct in that? Because with it being hybrid, I know if you have just a standard outline application, you can't do a drainage strategy without knowing where the houses are going and what the runoff's going to be for the type of surface. Can you just explain that to us in a little bit more detail, please?
Through you, Chair, thank you for the question. What would normally happen is that, and it's the case for this, is that there's a drainage strategy which takes into consideration the whole scheme and the whole site. However, the actual detailed scheme would be reserved by a condition to deal with that later. If it's okay with Harry, I'll pass it on to him because he'll be able to sort of give you the more technical explanation, I'd imagine, than what I can in terms of sort of how that's sort of dealt with and reviewed by the local flood authority in that case.
It's what I was going to suggest to members. We have got the CCC flood authority here. He's the cold expert. Could you answer that or throw some light on it anyway?
Yeah, so the way I understand it would work is there's obviously the full application which has the basin designed to the volume for the Q-bar rate. And then the outline part will be subject to further details that will be secured through reserved matters. And when, there'll be conditions that are put on the permission itself, and we'd expect to see the details come through for those, the outline part of it through the reserved matters application. So the in line with the strategy that's approved under this application, if it were to be.
Thank you very much.
Councillor French.
Thank you. If I can ask Richard, the last application we had an update from the Drainage Board. Have you had an update from the Drainage Board for this application?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The IDB have provided a further correspondence yesterday afternoon as well regarding this, which reiterates it reiterates the points they've made within their original objection. It's a very summarised version of raising no new issues, basically.
I'm busy scribbling. Councillor Marks.
One of the drainage board, the drainage gentleman. This application, obviously we've got concerns regarding the culvert. Do you advise highways regarding culverts and stuff?
Our responsibility around consenting and culverting sits outside of the IDB areas. So if it weren't in an IDB area and the highways wanted to come forward for consent, they would apply to our team and we would be the responsible authority for approving that. For a scheme like this, no, is a very short answer. We don't have a requirement because it's a application for the IDB, and the IDB owning that structure currently and being responsible for the maintenance it would be through them, I guess, if the highways were to take it on. I'd imagine there'd be communication between the IDB and highways.
Sorry, so just to clarify, if as the agent or the owner has said, the applicant has said that they have spoken to highways and it seems unlikely they want to take it on, would you have been asked regarding that?
We wouldn't be involved in that, as it's a structure outside of well, it's within the IDB area, so it's outside of our responsibility under the county council, because we don't have responsibility for culverts and works water courses out are within IDB districts.
So right, okay, so but even if the top was adopted by CCC, you still would not be involved.
Very unlikely we would be.
Okay. I think I've taken legal advice here. I think we'll have just to adjourn it until such times as Councillor Gerson goes back, as that will stop him taking any parts of the application. So he won't be very quick, I'm sure. But does anybody want to join him for a quick cup of coffee? Or, well, not being disrespectful. Does anybody want to use the loo or go to or have a cup of coffee?
Sorry, yeah, sorry, one more. There is a proposed new school. Have you any idea when that is likely to come forward?
Through you, Chair, the planning application for the new Wisbech Free School is currently pending consideration. There is it's highly likely that will be coming to planning committee within the next probably next month.
No.
And they have agreed to the sort of related to this application. They have agreed the to the £150,000 contribution towards the Toucan Crossing scheme as well.
So it's coming to Fenland planning, not county planning?
Correct, because the Department for Education are the applicants for it, so it's not the county that the applicants, in which case it comes to Fenland District Council to determine it.
Well, that's interesting. We started talking about this school back in 2017 when I first went on county council, and I think Councillor Tierney was also involved in that. But, well, things take time, don't they?
Thank you. Can you explain to me, please, on how you evaluate best use of land in this particular case where the land is actually being used for agricultural purposes, and what weight do you give housing over that best use of land, please?
Through you, Chair. Specifically to this application, I would give significant weight to the South Wisbech Board Concept Plan that's been approved by the council already for residential development in principle on this site, which outweighs the loss of the agricultural land.
Dear Chair, just I think to sort of expand that slightly, obviously, is the council's basically accepted that the loss of the agricultural land on this site is acceptable. We've considered it, and we've accepted the board concept plan. As a council, we've made that decision. So that's why it's not particularly in this officer's report, because actually we've already done it to a certain extent. No, it's not particularly detailing it. Yeah, because we've accepted.
Okay, any more questions at all? Councillor French again.
Yes, I do remember the BCP when this came about. But if my memory serves me right, I thought this was for commercial, this was for, it wasn't for housing, not that piece of land.
You mean
it was for
industry, rather
industry.
commercial instead of... So I suppose the question Councillor French is saying, she's got conflicting views. She thinks it's industrial, and so does Councillor Tierney, and you feel it's more appropriate this for housing. So you could throw some light on that, thank you.
Through you, Chair, the Broad Concept Plan has approved this site for residential development. So you can see it's phase 2, which is on the just here, and also assumed inversion on the image on the right hand side. This is phase 2, which is residential. It's also confirmed within the Broad Concept Plan that phase 2 is for residential of approximately 350 dwellings, which is roughly what is being proposed.
Councillor Marks.
Can I just come back on that? Obviously, that was given, it was said it was going to be in the broad concept plan. At that point, looking at it, because it's landlocked now, apart from this drain, would they have taken that into consideration, or would they have just said that land is for development, thinking somebody might put a roundabout in, or better access than what we're actually seeing?
So the broad concept plan makes it includes within it other. Might be easier if I just I think I've got it open. If I can just sort of have the relevant page open. Yeah. So within the broad concept plan, it says it does state that the plan indicates the key proposals for the site. So that's the overall broad concept plan area, all of the phases. Around 350 homes to the east of the site, around 54 hectares of employment land, a new east to west road from Cromwell Road, Newbridge Lane to the west along the site to link Newbridge Lane with Bolness Road. This is to facilitate access into the whole of the southwest Wisbeach site, but would also offer improved access for the whole of Wisbeach. A new roundabout on the A47, new junctions or upgrades to existing junctions, the retention and enhancement of some of the existing high-quality woodlands and mature orchards which can serve as multifunctional public open space areas, and the location of pedestrian and cycleways within the proposed development and linking to existing facilities elsewhere, such as to the town centre. So it's acknowledged that, you know, some of those things haven't been brought forwards, but specifically in terms of the roundabout on the A47, for instance, we have to look at the transport and highway impacts of this development in isolation, as we have a planning application in for it, and we have no objections from highways on any transport or highway matters in relation to that. There's no basis for any sort of objection to this application, because some of those other things haven't been brought forward yet.
Thank you, but I'm guessing what speaks volumes is highways have said really they're not interested in adopting the road.
Yeah.
Sorry. Through you, Chair. So highways, yeah, they won't adopt the access road because of the culvert. However, the transport assessment team has reviewed the transport impacts in terms of the wider area, because as part of that, they've reviewed the applicant's transport modelling. So they have carried out, I'm aware of, a thorough review of for instance, the additional sort of waiting times and car lengths at sort of traffic lights and junctions and so on. So I know they have reviewed sort of those wider transport implications of the proposal. And I'm aware from sort of dealing with the free school application as well that and this one that they have considered those impacts with taking into account the new school if that comes forward as well.
Councillor Seneca.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Question for officers. Doesn't the NPPF override the BCP? Because there are areas in this where this application is contrary, you know, particularly in relation to sustainable development. So I just wanted to get some clarification on the NPPF and how it relates to the BCP.
Through you, Chairman. As members are fully aware that, you know, the starting point is with any application, development plan, as material considerations indicate otherwise. The NPPF explicitly says, you know, it doesn't change that, but the NPPF is a material consideration. I'm not sure on what you're trying to say is conflict with the point of sustainability, because I think, you know, this is a sustainable location. We've, you know, looked at it, we've assessed it, so I'm not quite sure what issue in sustainability. It's quite a broad term, so yeah, just obviously it's difficult to really comment more than that. Thank you.
Would you like to put more meat on the bone on that one?
Specifically, I meant coming back to the point about BMV and how that conflicts really. The broad concept plan, you know, you spoke at length and appreciate your explanation, but with regard to the loss of BMV, that's specifically where I was coming from.
So through you, Chair, the majority of the district outside of the built areas is B&B land, and to provide residential development of any sort of major scale, certainly sort of large major scale such as this, any sort of strategic development would very, very likely be on BNB land. It's very difficult in this district to avoid that.
Okay, so I think we've nearly done this to death as far as officers' questions are concerned. I just will take one more if anybody that obviously the flood guy from Camps County Council's work. If we've got any more issues regarding that. We haven't. I'm going to close that then. Thank you very much. So I'm now going to invite members to debate the item in respect to material considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So basically we're in debate and who wants to kick it off, and it's Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Thank you. I have some severe reservations regarding this. However, I actually think it's an incomplete application because we haven't got all the information in front of us. And I'm minded at the minute to ask for a deferral for the developer, or sorry, the agent or owner of developer, to go back and answer some of the other questions that we've put to them today. I'm concerned regarding the culvert. It sounds to me we've got a major thing with the IDB, and we've got to be very, very conscious of flooding. And you know, we've seen pictures of flooded fields. We've heard that the culvert of the A47 or under the A47 has got issues as well. And I just feel everything we're being told, we're asking questions but not getting 100% the response. We're almost getting told what they want us to hear as opposed to probably what we need to hear. So at the moment, I'm 50-50 minded to ask for a deferral.
So Benny, then I'll come in.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, I welcome this application. If you look around the district, Whittlesea has built its BCPs out. March has got 2,500 houses planned in its BCP and its area. Chatteris has got 1,700 houses planned there. Wisbech needs to take its share of the housing market in Fenland. So I welcome the application. The fact that it floods, it is flood zone 1. There is no reason to turn it down on flooding. And also, if you have a flooding problem, there is a technical solution to it somewhere. If not, if you can't hit a technical solution, it won't be built. The fact it's agricultural land, the A47 is a natural boundary for building on, and you will always fill in the bits of land before you start building outside. Hence LP3, building in the open countryside. This land is ripe for development, and it is a broad concept plan. We are breaking the broad concept plans up, so bringing this forward as a development to me is not a problem. The fact whether we've been clarified now, but if it was industrial land, we had Woom Farm at Chatteris. That was earmarked for industrial land, and that was changed to housing. And that was for 248 houses in its first phase, and that was approved by this committee several years ago. That was Persimmon's best-selling site in East Anglia. There are some little statistics which I haven't quoted for a little while. 58% of those houses that have been sold by Persimmons went to people who live within 6 miles of Chatteris. 87% of those houses sold went to a Cambridgeshire postcode. And we see on Facebook that it's all for foreigners, and if you don't build houses, it stops immigration. It doesn't. There is a pent-up local need for housing here. Oh, and 60% of those houses at Woom Farm went to first-time buyers. Now, I'm very much for private home ownership. And I feel that if you don't pass houses, you rob a generation of an opportunity for home ownership, and you drive the price up for everybody, which I don't agree with either. So they're the positives of this site. I welcome the fact that it's a housing opportunity in Wisbech. But then on the negatives, I think we've got an incomplete application here. I don't think this answers the questions. I think there are far too many questions here that are unanswered for us. This culvert, that is going to be an ongoing issue for years. We won't be sitting here by the time that comes back. And that will certainly come back in one form or another where that comes to bite somebody on the bum. And I don't think that it's fair to pass that down to another planning authority to deal with that. also coming back to planning, we're not building houses, the ones at Chatteris, I didn't finish that off, the ones at Chatteris, they are planned, but they will never, that 1,700 houses will not be built in my lifetime. We are planning for where your children and your grandchildren live. So that's why you need to get ahead of the game on this, and Wisbech needs to catch up on that. The rest of the towns in Fenland are. But coming back to this culvert, I don't like the culvert, I don't like the access. If it was coming off the A47, I think that would be a much better access to this, but that isn't what we've got in front of us. And the finances and the way this is being presented to us, I feel this is an incomplete application, and unlike Councillor Marks, because it's incomplete, I don't think the deferral will answer these questions. I think this should just be flatly refused.
Okay, I will take you first, Councillor French. You're chomping at the bit, I'm sure.
No, not really. Yeah, it's got BCP on it, fine. As Ian said, Wisbech do need homes. This is not the right site. And we shouldn't be passing things just because Wisbech needs some homes. I don't go to Wisbech very often because I don't like Elm Roundabout. I mean, that is absolute. Oh, sorry, McDonald's. Yeah. I'm like Charlie and Ian. I think this is an absolutely disastrous planning application. It's not complete. We don't know what kind you're going to do. And I'm in the same mind as it's not complete. We should have more details to this, and I will not be supporting this application.
I'll come in there, then I'll take Councillor Senniclough. I've been chomping at the bit here. Yeah, I don't like to keep reiterating it, but I did say to the applicant agent, there's not enough meat on the bone here. But there's too many. We don't know how much we're going to put in the pot for the culvert. We don't know this. We don't know that. This should be all right. We're not. We are with this application in front of us, which we've got to determine here this afternoon. There's too many ifs or buts. The specialist management company. Yeah, okay. There may be a specialist management company, but there's no agreement in place for that. No one's going to pick up the 1.7, hypothetically, £750,000, £500,000 bill a few years on. That doesn't fill me with comfort at all. The roads, which I've always got something to say on that, paths and that, again, we can go some way towards it. We can do this, we can do that. But we know they're not going to enter into Section 38 agreement with Cambs County Council. So we need them to be brought, we need a proper, we need properly done so we can give comfort to the residents in years to come. With regard to the attenuation ponds, there's 2 of them. Are they going to be adopted by Anglian Water? Who knows? Are they going to be in by a private developer? Don't really know. There's no agreement in place. Uncle Tom or Uncle Tom Cobley and all could put the name down for that. Again, so there's no meat on the bone. And so for that very reason, although it is in the BCP, I can't vote for this site with this application in front of us. Thank you. Councillor Senniclough, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We started this discussion with a question about location, and I return to that in terms of this application. I don't think it is a good application because of its location near to the incinerator, without a confidence-inducing drainage strategy in place on BMV land, and without a comprehensive transport plan or management company strategy. Furthermore, I wasn't left with the greatest amount of confidence through the ducking and diving. When I asked questions, they were evasive, and so I will not support this application.
Councillor Marks. Oh, Councillor French, then Councillor Marks. You're always a gentleman, Councillor Marks.
Can you remind me, and it is sometime since I think it's probably 4 or 5 years ago, when we were looking at the new plan, the emerging plan, is it my understanding that this site was actually removed from the allocation?
I'm going to bring the officers in here because I can't tell.
Through you, Chairman,
No, I
My
know
background,
that
obviously, I
emerging
wasn't
is-
here, and I'll be honest, my background professionally is more development management than planning policy. But if I'm correct, you automatically discount allocated sites in the new plan, so you wouldn't have them because they aren't brought forward. So that would be standard practice. Yeah.
Good. Councillor Gerstner.
Yes, I'm also very uncomfortable with the details. It works out that the culvert is going to cost £6,800 per property. That's when all the buildings are put through. If they just build the first 102, it works out at £16,000 per property. Now, we're not that interested in the viability of it all, but it seems a bit iffy to me when they've got all the other contributions to make as well, on top of the cost of this culvert per property, okay, is somewhat concerning. And it's not just the build of it, it's as we've all said, the ongoing management of it. If that's what it's costing to start with, what's it going to cost to maintain it and manage it? Thank you.
Mr. Marks.
I think one of the big things we've also not overlooked, but we haven't discussed fully, is that going forward, it won't be the local IDB as in through the middle level. This will then fall to North level, who will have, I am sure, a view on this. And I have to say, I said I'm 50-50. I am still 50-50, but like erring to the side of not granting, for the simple reason is, I think the developer needs to be speaking to the people coming through, because if we pass this today, in sort of like within 12 months, that IDB goes by the wayside and somebody else is picking up that problem should it become a problem. So I think if this does come back, they need to be speaking to the correct IDB or the correct drainage board as well.
Okay, I'll bring Councillor Benny and then I think we'll conclude it.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It may be, but we've got an application that is for approval today, and you deal with what you've got. So maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't. But to me, this application has got far too many question marks hanging over it. If this came back as a full application with details of how the management company was going to be structured, what kind of funding they were going to have within that to protect this culvert, and they put a full application in where you could see what the drainage strategy would be, because we haven't got a proper drainage strategy here, because it is an outline application and you can't do a drainage strategy on an outline. So we've got an application that there's too many variables that could come in on this. We've got the other culvert on the 47, which may or may not take that water. We can't push a problem onto somebody else. This is the purpose of us being here, is to deal with the problems that we see in front of us. And truthfully, I don't like the access that is here, but not liking something is not a reason to turn it down. I don't like a lot of things in this world, but it still happens to me. But truly, I just feel that in an outline application, we really need a little bit more information than we've got here. Yeah. So I just feel that this application to me in its present form, we cannot pass it. I know the officers have come up with a different answer to us, but then, they can't get it right every time, can they?
Right.
Yeah. Anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Benny. I've got a steer where it's going to go. I'm going to close the debate now. I think we've had a fair old do with it. Officers, have you got anything to say? Please. You join the short straw, Matt.
Thank you, Chairman. Always a pleasure. Obviously, I've heard the debate, and I can understand members obviously put a number of concerns, but these are things that generally are dealt with through condition, through Section 106, etc. It is a hybrid application. Legally, they can do that. They're quite common for large schemes. And as the LPA, we consider there is all the information needed to determine this application here. To steal Councillor Benny's term, there's lots of things I don't like, and to be honest, I'm not particularly a fan of outline applications always, but that is the system we work in, and they are legally able to do that. and there are question marks with outlines, but that is the system. You know, they reserve matters, discharge petitions, etc., are there to fill in those gaps. And just because we don't like them isn't necessarily demonstrating harm. Thank you, Chairman.
So, Councillor Marks,
Sorry, could I
just
come
a
back
quickie.
on, very, very quickly, to come back on that, when we did our planning training, we were told black, white and the grey area. And I feel this application at the minute is very much in the grey area. So, you know, I understand what you're saying, and you feel as planners, I accept that. But I think as a committee, from what we're saying, we feel as though we're still in the grey, very much the grey area of this application.
I tend to agree. So, with that, you've heard what the officers said. So, basically now, do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to approve planning permission for this application here before us this afternoon? Don't all rush to put your hands up. Okay, good look round. I can't see anybody wants to go with that. So I'm looking for a different proposal with the reasons for doing so. Councillor Marks, you look like you are being press ganged into it. Okay, well, look, we'll all help you out. So
I'm so pleased I'll have the help. Okay, so my proposal is we go against officers' recommendation. Reasons being, we have some major concerns regarding the culvert, the IDB and the drainage, which is the main problem. We feel I feel it's an incomplete application as it comes through. If there was better access, I think that would certainly help matters, and also return value from what the properties are actually going to be paying as well. Anybody want to add on to that?
Councillor Senate Clough.
Sorry, does someone
Do you want to chip in?
Yeah, I was just going to add, so I thought one of the officers said something. No, I was just going to add as well about the loss of BMV land and the pressure on Weasnham Lane, particularly in light of the incinerator coming.
Transport links, I guess.
Councillor French, your little turn.
I'm happy to second.
Yeah, and I'll just go on just for some more reasons. There's just not enough meat on the bone. I'm not happy with the inner paths, roads, etc., infrastructure. I'm not happy with that. That's too willy-nilly. I'd like lots more meat on the bone there. I don't probably think even the developer knows too much about it. The attenuation ponds, again, which is paramount to this application, as we've seen on Councillor Hoy's photos with the flooding. We don't really know whether that can be alleviated or not. The culvert off the A47, it is an incomplete application. There needs to be lots more meat on the bone, so I'm happy with that. So you're going to second it, and I'm happy for the reasons.
Can we just add in also the management side of the culvert, the IDB? Because it's not clear on the management side of this. You know, we're being told highways might, then we're being told, well, it might go to the actual householders, or there might be a management. It's just too woolly.
There's nothing consistent about it, is there? The only thing that's consistent is inconsistency. Stephen, you have a go.
Thank you, Chairman.
Quiet there.
Yes, I just feel my duty to warn members that all these reasons which are coming at us, as it were, any reason for refusal needs to be supported by evidence. Well, so it's not enough to say, I don't like the layout, or there's not enough information. There's got to be some explanation why that lack of information should have been forthcoming, and the harm, the reason why a decision can't be made in the absence of that information. So it's making officers' job quite difficult, I think, to defend an appeal and to keep a costs application being submitted.
I think we've got so many hands up now. I think It's, you know.
So, sorry.
I'm sure I'll probably say something that the members want to comment to, so me and Stephen might as well do it together. What I would also say is, I completely agree with everything Stephen said, but obviously we've also come up, it almost feels like there's been multiple reasons for it to almost come up. So we've obviously put forward the issue of lack of information, which whether or not they should sit together as one, if it's different things or not, to a certain extent is a moot point. But then we've brought up things such as the best and most versatile land, etc. So it's also the structure of what is it members are objecting to is also, you know, is not clear for me as head of planning. So if I was drafting the reasons for refusal, if members do go with that, there's a lack of us to understand exactly where members' concerns are. And yeah, to present obviously just be conscious that, you know, as always, it's better to have one good reason for refusal than 10 bad ones. So
I think there's at least two. I think there's at least two I could think of, and I'll take Councillor Benny first.
Yeah, I think whilst the viability of the site does not come into our remit, but the structure of the management company certainly should do, because it's pivotal to whether it could be, whether the ongoing maintenance can be done to this culvert. And we haven't had any firm answers back from the applicant on this one. And without knowing how the structure could be, we could approve it, and then we end up finding that it's then put into a management company that the residents have to pay into. And we end up in a situation like Councillor Marks did in Charmont Drive, where the residents have to stump the money up to pay for this. And you know, we are here to represent the residents, and I feel that for that reason, we owe it to our future residents to make the right decision here today. And we haven't got the answers to this, and until we get some clear how this is going to be structured, and how the management company is going to be structured, we cannot pass it in its present form.
So lack of information, then that's what you're saying, isn't it?
It's a major part of the application. You've got to know who is. You've got to know how that is going to be structured going forward. That is part of.
In a nutshell, you're saying lack of information, relevant information, going forward. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
I think that seems a very broad thing.
Well, that is broad.
If you looked at that as an inspector and said, "Well, there's lack of information," he'd look at it and say, "Well, hang on, what information is missing?"
Well, loads of it.
Well, he may not, because the inspector does come up with some strange answers at times. We've got to pin it down a bit to him. And to me, that culvert is going to be expensive. It will go wrong. Anything that can break will break. And that, to me, is the Achilles heel of this application. And unless we can get some clarity on who's going to do it, well, it could be the IDB that's going to take it on, it could be Highways, or they don't want to take it on, but maybe we could have discussions and sort it later. There's not an answer there to that. And when we start talking of how the management company is going to be structured in terms of, is it going to be a specialist culvert managing water-based company that's going to look after it, which may work, but we've also been told that this could be put back to residents to deal with it. And we can't do that to future residents. That wouldn't be fair on future councillors to be put in that position when we're having 300 residents ringing whoever the councillor for Wisbech is and saying, look, you lot passed this. And that is the purpose of this committee. We are supposed to look at things on the ground. Comes back to Councillor Tierney's common sense. And for that reason, common sense says, oh, Harry's got some. To me, that is where this falls over. Personally, I think the land is flood zone 1. It is acceptable to build on. If you can sort the transport out and the access, that should be approved with that. But without this management companies I'm very wary of. I've got Ellingham Gardens in Chatteris. Charlie lived in Charmont Drive and had to put his hand in his pocket after he bought the place. We know these fails, and it's like your Section 38 agreements that your mate can paper his house with. The paper, they're not worth the paper they're written on. No. So, you know, this is the purpose of this committee, to look at it and say, does this work? And I look at this and it doesn't work. That is how I look at this application.
And they're not signing the S38 agreement either. It's not even in there. Signing that, to sum up this one.
Or 2 points of clarity. Obviously, Councillor Benny's put forward his reasoning, which is fine, but there's an issue said right at the beginning, an issue now just said at the end, just for clarity for legal position. I just feel I need to comment. Firstly, viability is a consideration for yourselves. So obviously, you know, the culvert is expensive. You know, the scheme is providing lower affordable than other schemes because of the cost of the delivery. So to say viability is not a consideration for the committee is wrong. So I'm not trying to encourage any further thing, but just for clarity, because that's my job too. And the second point to say is that we aren't here, and no one's here for common sense. We're here to turn an application according to the development plan, and there's some material considerations. And I know you know that, Councillor Benny, but just for clarity, it's my job to. But yeah, but Usley, he said as he said. So I'm just for clarity. I know you know that, but it's my job just to obviously verbalise those things. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to bring. Did you want to come back?
If I can, just quickly, then I'll shut up and you can devote. I mean, because we've got affordables on there, this actually makes that problem worse for the market housing, because people who live in affordable housing, they won't contribute to it because it's not their house. So is the housing association going to put money into this? I doubt it very much, because they haven't even got money to cut the grass. So this is going to put that back onto the market housing even more so if there is a cost to be passed back, and I think that cost is too great.
Okay, so I'm going to take Councillor Marks, then I'm going to take Councillor Senate-Clough, then I'm going to take Councillor Gerstner, and then I'm going to sum it all up.
Thank you, Chair. I think also we sit here and we read the IDB report, and the IDB report is very, very clear. There is going to be, they're not happy with it, and I think that we should use as one of the reasonings for turning it down, the IDB, who are, let's be fair, the local drainage board, who know the area, pump the water, keep everybody dry. If they're unhappy regarding this, then I feel that needs to be highlighted.
Councillor Senate-Clough.
Just to add some more material considerations, the unacceptable highway safety issues that we've discussed are in contrary of LP15, the local plan, and paragraph 111 of the NPPF. And in terms of the inadequate flooding, the flood risk management, that's contrary to policy LP14 in paragraphs 167 and 169 of the NPPF.
Okay, Councillor Gerstner.
Thank you. Councillor Marks more or less hit it on the nail for me, but it also states within that paragraph that there's it raises concerns regarding biodiversity impact as well. So I think the
Okay. Do you want to come back on that? But I don't think we can do highway issues.
Yeah,
highways have not.
Yeah,
They're not.
The highways
have
have said
have they?
it's fine. So that, you know, to parrot Steve, you know, we need evidence, and the people that give us the evidence have said it's fine. And I'd say the same with BNG. Obviously, you know, it does deliver what it needs to deliver. So I think those two reasons would be very dangerous to progress. Thank you.
Aim on Councillor Benny's. Let's build on Councillor Benny's first thoughts upon incomplete application. Let's build on that as basically the only one. Let's just build on. We don't know, as I said, we don't know who's going to manage the culvert if anything goes wrong. Sorry,
Chair, we actually have in black and white there a perfect reason. Stephen's asking, no, you're saying regarding incomplete, I'm saying about IDB. The IDB have come back and said it's not whether it's incomplete because you're saying about the management company. So we have a second reason, which is the IDB.
Know about the culvert, we don't know about the roads, do we? We don't know about the management company, and of course, you're absolutely right, the IDB have complained about it. So there's two reasons there. Yeah?
Chairman, obviously, officers don't agree with that reasoning. It's in the officer's report why. I can't, you know, give yeah, I think I've said all I can say really in relation to that.
Come back.
Sorry, I believe we've been told by Stephen it's evidence based. The evidence is in black and white here, which is the IDB. We feel the IDB is correcting what they are saying. Some of us actually sit on the IDB, so as committee we've said that. We've also heard from Councillor Benny regarding, and we all know what management companies are like and have been like in the past within Fenland. So it's incomplete on number one, and number two, it's a slam dunk of what the IDB have said.
So just reiterate that. Just reiterate that reason. Your reasoning for refusing this.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that the IDB reason is a weak reason, because the statutory consultee, there's only one statutory consultee, which is a lead local flood authority, who have not objected to the application. So members are kind of standing in judgment, as it were, between the statutory consultee and the IDB, and I suspect that reason will not carry much weight. Thank you.
Well, Councillor French.
I mean, it's a couple of hours ago now, but I thought the local lead flood authority said it would not get involved with that drain. So who else is going to get involved if we don't rely on our drainage boards? The drainage boards are the one that keeps us dry.
I'm sorry, as I say, I asked this gentleman, and he said, no, we weren't involved. So how can we then bow down to yourselves? And please don't think I'm being rude, when if you haven't actually been involved in it, all of a sudden now we're being told the IDB is the one we surely have to put stall on. They're the ones who keep our feet dry.
I think this is of paramount importance that you answer that question that Councillor Marks has given to you. Will you get involved?
The LLFA's involvement in this planning application, surface water management from the sites, works to watercourses are for the IDB to agree with the applicant when it comes to the works under the Land Drainage Act. So our involvement in the site and where we're reviewing the application from is how they're managing water from the site itself. There is other statute under the Land Drainage Act which requires work to be done, applications to be carried out and consent to be given for works to watercourses, which it's a matter for the IDB to agree. I appreciate there's crossover with planning, but it's very much the case for the IDB to agree with the applicant.
Okay. Did you want to come back again?
Sorry, Stephen. I feel, and I proposed it, that's a slam dunk.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I think there's a misunderstanding here. I think what's been said is that the IDB obviously have control over giving consents for things being done or not done. But I'm back to this main point, and I'm not trying to argue against referencing the IDB in the refusal, but the statute, the Development Management Procedure Order requires the planning authority to consult the lead local flood authority, which it has done, and that authority has not objected to the application. That was my point. So I think if you're relying on the IDB comments, it's more about the culvert and the likelihood of that being built out and maintained and so on. That's the stronger reason.
So can we just clarify that CCC, flood, whatever, would have seen the IDB's response and then made their response?
We do look at consultations under the application from the IDB. As I say, the works that are going to be carried out to that are kind of outside of our control at the LLFA, because we have absolutely no input on the works that can be done to that watercourse. Therefore, it's not really our position to comment as to whether that's acceptable or not, per se, because it's not our asset to have any input on.
I'm going to bring Matt in, then I'm going to bring Councillor French.
Yeah,
and we're going to.
Obviously, yeah, we do seem to be going certain. I think just try and hopefully explain it a little bit. I think obviously the county have looked at it as a consultee, just like they do on any similar application. They've looked at the technical information, they've assessed it, they've considered it, and they think it's acceptable, it meets policies, etc. The consultation response we've received from the IDB, from a lot of my understanding reading it, and they even literally say it, and one of the points is that basically they wouldn't adopt it, it doesn't meet their requirements. That's a separate matter. It'd be similar, for example, of building control. We could give planning permission today for a dwelling that the building control wouldn't sign off. And they're separate schemes and separate legislative roles and things like that. And obviously, the question about in relation to if county been involved in relation to highways, etc., is a slightly moot point, a slightly different conversation to have you looked at this, have you looked at the documents, have you looked at the evidence, have you assessed it, which is yes. The conversation about whether highways and IDB is a moot point. It's all about further down, about who will adopt it, who will control it, who will manage it, etc. Are things that are controlled through the conditions, Section 106, etc. So I think that's the issues. They're two separate matters. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chairman, we're going round in circles here. There is a Land Drainage Act which the IDPs work from. In the present form of this planning application and what middle level have said, which is actually Wisbech and 100 Drainage Board, it's middle level who administrate the paperwork. And the report that's in that report, there is no way the Drainage Board would give consent, and without consent, it ain't going to happen.
I'm just going to bring in Councillor Gerson. I'm sorry that I interrupted, then we're going to move on.
Again, on what Councillor French said, the Hundreds IDB have given eight reasons for refusal. Okay, 8 reasons of concern. Now, the hierarchy between them and the higher levels of drainage was that really does not interplay, because we're relying on a local IDB and not an area IDB. Thank you.
Okay, we're finishing. Let's do it. I think we're going round in circles, like Councillor Freck says. Did you want a last one?
The only thing I would say, Upwell Road, we turned that down on flooding, and we got stung with £40,000 worth of costs because it wasn't a good enough reason. And if you put that in there, I feel that it adds weight to your argument. But Upwell Road, we went against officer's recommendation on that one, and we still ended up with the housing that we didn't want approved at that time, and it cost us £40,000. So we are doing the same thing here with this one. I just want the committee to be aware of this before we vote on this, which is why I think the management company, and without having an incomplete application, without that, is still a stronger reason. I think it's a valid reason, the planning, and we didn't have the secondary reason on Upwell Road, but the committee needs to be aware of what you're voting for, because we could pick costs up on this if we get it wrong.
Okay, fair point. Councillor French.
Yeah, it does say in the NFBF that you should not allow flooding further downstream. I'm glad Councillor Benny brought up Upwell Road. Yes, they're working on it. It's an absolute nightmare. They shut the road for 4 days. Ambulance couldn't get down to the care home, etc., etc. Shut up. I attended, I think I've been to about 7 drainage boards in the last few weeks, and I did speak to the chairman of one of them, who farms the land below, or whatever way you want, below our side, to the development. And he's getting flooded now.
Right, Councillor Marks.
I think, Councillor Benny, yeah, we do have to take that into consideration. However, we do have 2 points there. We have what we feel is an incomplete application due to the management company, and I believe the flooding should be. And as much as we have to be mindful of money, in case it is found, if somebody went to appeal and found against it or whatever, we also have to be mindful that we could be putting 350 plus homes in inadequate situation of drainage. And let's be fair, Wisbech, as we know, floods. It's flooded, they spend millions on the flood defences along the Nene, let alone anywhere else. And I think, as much as we've seen We've seen from previous ones, appeals and stuff, costs being awarded against us, but actually, we actually still have to be mindful for the people who are going to live there. And the chances are now, with the new incinerator, if it goes ahead, they're going to be lower income people. We are going to be putting at risk.
Okay, so I've summed it all up now in my own mind. Whether it's right or not, who knows? But I think we've got two reasons: an incomplete application regarding the maintenance and the management companies, which I think is absolutely paramount that we need those, and also it's going against the IDB, and so I think they're probably the only two reasons that we can give. I don't know if anybody else has got any points they want to add to it. Does anybody else want to add to those 2 points before I put it forward?
Looking at flooding, this is surface water flooding. I mean, you can build in flood zone 3 in Wisbech. Yeah. So to say that flooding is that a good reason? We're looking at surface water management here rather than rising sea level flooding. But it is a different type. There's different types of flooding that we have. Just want to make members aware where we are before we vote on it. Because I mean, we passed Pope's textile site down by the Neem waterfront, and that does flood. So you know, that's another application that we've approved that was there. So to turn this down on flooding, this is about water management more than it is flooding.
We didn't see flooding.
Yeah.
We didn't see
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Marks.
Totally agree with what Councillor Benny has just said. It is water management. What we seem to miss is we've not only got the water off this site, but we're managing the water that's coming to the site and through the site. And we've already heard it holds up at the A47, hence why they're having to put mitigation in to try and hold water back because the culvert can't go on the A47. So, as I say, I'm happy with that, and quite honestly, I'm proposing it. And should this ever go to appeal or whatever, I'm happy to turn up at appeal and actually state my case. So,
okay, we're going to hold you to that. I personally will march you down there. So,
Sorry, Chair, can we have some clarity, please, on the second reason for refusal? Say, let me finish. Just saying we agree with the IDB, or the IDB have raised a concern.
Right.
Isn't a reason for refusal. We need what the harm that members are saying is going to be coming. And it can be what if you pick out key bits, but as I said, like the IDB has a very long response with a lot of different points. Just to say, that's not evidence any harm. You need to. If you're going to say it's based on the IDP, you need to obviously explicitly raise what the points are.
Okay. Councillor Marks, you proposing it. What's your final answer?
to be fair, the IDB, in its full list of concerns, really should be taken on face value. They are the people who water manage that piece of land. They have those concerns, and I feel we should support those and put those forward as reasoning.
For clarity, their concerns in their response to a lot more than just water management. That's what I'm getting. There's a very broad variety of points in this email, in this consultation response. So to say we just agree with them blanketly is not appropriate, I would advise members, because you're in theory arguably delegating authority to them. You need to pick out what points within the consultation response you agree with and is as harm. Thank you, Chairman.
So, sorry to come back on that point. We, the committee, are not water managers. The IDB is a water management. They provide water management for that. They know that site. I live in Maney. I don't actually know that site. I am going by what their board members, which will be local farmers, local knowledge as we've heard, and common sense, are putting forward. So surely the reasoning they have given, the reasons they have given, should be, for clarity, put into this report.
So, Chairman, just for clarity, but just as a quick glance, they include things such as BNG, etc., in their response. That is not water management. So this is what I'm trying to get at, members. You can't just say this document covers it all. When it's so broad, it has multiple arms, and members are verbalising an argument that is, and the content of the document are not hand in glove together. And this is where officers are going to be left in a very difficult position of trying to bring forward a reason for refusal because we're not getting clarity. Don't say I don't care. I'm not trying to be flippant, but what I'm saying is, to be able to, members are allowed to it's in their gift to term applications they see fit. As an LPA, you know, we're going to try and, if members refuse a scheme, as always, we will defend the appeal if there is one the best we can. But we need to be able to actually verbalise what the reason for refusal is and what the harm is. And as I said, there are lots of multiple different points that are not just about water management in the consultation response. So it's very difficult. It'd be slightly different if it was a very punchy two-line sentence that was their consultation response. It'd be quite clear what members were saying, but this is not clear for officers, I'm afraid. That's just what I'm trying to say. We can't help members if, you know, defend an appeal if we can't structure a reason for refusal. Thank you.
Councillor Benny.
Yeah, what I was going to say was then could we help you with your response? Could you advise us to make your job easier to defend a challenge if it was coming? How would you pick that out so we can then use your recommendation, which would give us the strongest possible case with your expert
Through Chairman, I am happy to assist members within the allowances I can by the law. And so, for example, if members have talked about highways impacts and things like that, I can go, you know, well, during the debate, this matter was clearly raised. All members have said is we agree with the IDB. I need something to even be able to pull it out. You know, I can't sit here and go through their document and say, members, this bit might be relevant, this bit might be relevant. I would be breaking the law, basically. That would be a judicial review decision if I did that. It's not within my gift to assist members to that level. I'm here to help, I'm not here to and guide, but not to be able to do. I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, so we'll take Councillor Senetcliffe and see what she's got to say, followed by Councillor French.
Okay, I'll go first. Detrimental effect of surface water runoff and overland flows from the site adversely impacting neighbouring properties and other locations which may be affected by the proposed ground raising reshaping operations. Is that suitable?
Thank you, James. You've pulled out the part of the thing that you're agreeing with. That's fine. I've got no issue with that. It's just about the legalities of this process.
Currently, I'll give you two. Currently, the board has exemptions that enables it to dispose of wet. Oh no, I'll go with that one. Is that enough?
It's a big fair access by routine maintenance machinery on the site water level flood.
Mr. Chairman, and also in the national policy framework, it does state that you do not pass something that is going to cause flooding further downstream.
Which I don't think it will really, because I don't think they've got a leg to stand on, to be fair. Let's do that. Let's have a vote. So, Councillor Marks, what are you proposing then? Because you're going to start.
I forgot now. Right.
DJ's king.
I propose that we go against officer's recommendation on this occasion and turn down this application. With what we've just put through to the officers.
Seconder, Councillor French. Seconder, Councillor French.
Just for clarity, the first reason is lack of information in relation to the culvert, etc., management, etc., based around the fact it's because of the high cost of the equipment, is what you said originally. So that's the first one, and then the second one, included, but yeah, the high cost is the reasoning behind that, and then the second one is those key points from the IDB is yours got a similar, just for clarity, so everyone,
So, right, we're finished. Councillor Marks proposed it, Councillor French has seconded it. Let's have a... Joe?
Unanimous decision, Chairman.
That application has been refused on those two conditions. So, members... Thank you for attending. This concludes today's business and I declare the meeting closed at 5 o'clock. My goodness, 4 hours again. Thank you very much.